Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with Hearts of Iron 4. I almost said Hearts of Iron 5. Maybe I'm projecting. Don't know. But let's just check and make sure that all of the streaming services I am live on YouTube and Twitch. Let's check over here. Yeah, looks like I'm live there too. All right. Well, the war continues. Let's look at this. We're at November 41. How are we doing for November 41? Well, we've taken Leningrad, something that the Germans never did. We are battling for Stalingrad, something the Germans did do, that's for sure. We are battling in the Crimea. And hello, Arno. Your test is working. Keep doing whatever it is you're doing. And your other test over on YouTube is working as well. Keep pushing along there. Swamps we don't like, but we're slowly advancing. I definitely want to clean up these pockets. And how have you been, Arno? It's been, what, a week since I've talked to you? There we go. We're attacking there. I'm going to... I presume there... I don't know why I'm not seeing more. I know that Finland is not a member of the Axis. Not entirely. Incorrect when we're talking about history, but I think this is a little much. How much they're keeping me in the dark here, the way this is set up. There may be ways to get more into the Axis. Okay, let's see. Let's look at supply. This comes in dead ends into here. A level 2 railroad. There's Moscow. There's no railroad in here. But we have railroad up along here. But it goes to level 1, it looks like. So let's come here. Let's do this and let's up this. Let's move this to the top to get this done in a timely manner. Can you hear me, Arno? I just see your test. Because we will want to move. Well, ZZ can hear me. Well, very good, ZZ. How you doing today? Okay, now here, not having that bad of a problem because we will get supplies via the port, and this being a level 1 railway won't be a problem. Out here, this may need to be worked on here once we get that. Oh, I'm doing very well. I'm glad you are. It's greeted ZZ, but Arno hasn't said anything to me yet. We know who's important now, right? So, game rail, well, yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe Arno doesn't have his audio on. Okay, we're not doing too bad. See to hear. Or supplies. Well, it is his job to greet and be friendly to people. You don't know how much this excites me, seeing these railways here. Compared to all the other games, just about except for Gary Grigsby's War in the East that has railways. Okay, again, we're sort of starting out here looking at how we're doing for 1941. We just haven't produced enough. Well, fancy seeing you here. How are you? You, my great friend, from the Americas of freedom and greed. Greed, is that real? Really the impression people have about America? Greed? I mean, we may be. I mean, we're talking more than, to bring something like that up, you need to go more than average. Not. Okay, we have more anti-aircraft guns than we need. Now we only have a production line of 2. Yes. Okay. Maybe. Well, I just, and I'm not upset or feel insulted or anything like that. I just, we also have our armored cars. I just, and they're mostly German, so very few captured. I want to, honestly have people tell me what they think of the United States. I would rather have that honesty than not. Massively shifting, as you can see, priorities. Let's look at artillery, improved artillery. 3 more of those. small arms equipment. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. I'm sure with, and I'm, you know, I'm really glad that Arno said that, because I think it was spontaneous, meaning I don't think it was calculated for some particular effect. Why, you know, and I'm sure it's not just one thing. You know, it's the impressions that Americans give. And now, this is like back in the 90s. When America not just gave more, you know, as the government, not just gave more. Do I never think before I do? Yes, okay. Arno is completely unfiltered. Not just more because it has more, but more as a percentage. You know, there's the government in various types of aid. Now, some of it is definitely a political motivation, but a lot of it I don't think is. And I'm not, when I say a lot, I don't necessarily say it's got to be most, but I do think it's more than half of the aid that we give. And we give, and I don't have the stats or figures in front of me, but I know I've seen some stuff in the past, and maybe in the, you know, like 20 years ago or something, that we've given more as a percentage of our GDP than about any other country on the planet. I say about because we can always find some smaller nation that's given more, but as a percentage of their GDP, but they're, but as largest nations out there, we've given more. You know, and we can look not that long in the past, still in living memory, though it's dying out. You know, we did the whole Marshall Plan for Europe. That as well as other, help build Japan, rebuild Japan and Korea and whatnot. South Korea, yeah, not North. So we've done all that as a people. And this is also, again, sort of from the 90s, I believe, that by far, or do before I think, right? By far, we, as individuals, give the most to charities that are not in America. Again, per capita. Not just, oh, hey, there's so many Americans, of course you give the most, or something like that. No. I would say, and yeah, like for the government, I will agree that a lot of it, giving, the big, in the topic, of course, is aid to Israel. And a lot of it has not been, I don't know that it's most, but a lot of it has not been non-military. A lot of it has been, just civilian aid. And so, I don't know. So both as individuals, it's not just, the government gives, but as both individuals and as, these guys are still down here to defend against a possible naval invasion. So yeah, that's an interesting observation, Arno. I didn't think that we would have been thought for greed. Not that I would expect or think people to think Americans are more charitable than most people, but like I say, I think the stats sort of say that we are. Right? Hello, not a normal person. I reckon 15 in-game days today might be being generous. Well, we'll see. Okay, we are at November 6th. So let's see how we go here. You might be right. We didn't look and see how the air war is doing. But we need to make sure that we're not covering anything in there. Okay. Flying supplies. Let's move these 2 squadrons and we'll put them up over there. There's 400 doing ground attacks. Well, gamer, it's not you per se, but your higher ups look at the World Cup prices for tickets, drinks, food, hotels, all because that fucking prick of a boss from FIFA wants more money. And Trump said, yep, that's a lot of kiss ass together. Well, let's see. And again, I want to make sure everybody, and Arno is a good friend of mine, that anything I'm saying is not considered to be a criticism of what Arno's thinking. I am purely wanting to know what people think, and those that have been around here for a while know that I am not upset with, oh my god. Well, see, look, folk, in many aspects, he's given a super chat. Wow. In many aspects of American life, giving money signals social status, such as tips. So it's not surprising Americans give a lot of money. I would disagree with, well, okay. And this is a very interesting topic of discussion. And I want to go in 2 places, but I will get to folks' super chat and address it in detail in a moment. But I want to just sort of take things in order here a little bit. I've seen a really good meme recently that says if you're giving money, you know, to the government, it's not talking about individuals. If your government gives money to other places in the world, or I'm not exactly quoting it, I could pull it up, but it's about this, then you're being taxed too much. And that's not entirely wrong. But if we look at warfare. And I'm going to be very careful with what I say right now. And I want you to not type anything too weird, and you'll understand when I get there. Why I'm cautioning you this way and what I'm about to say. There was once a man with a little mustache. And yes, I'm being very careful with what I'm saying. Because I will have to preface this. Yes, and it's very nice for folk to give that. I do appreciate that. I really appreciate folks' super chat. That is really nice of him. And I get that it's also a demonstration of sort of what he is highlighting. But I do appreciate it. That, again, a broken clock is right twice a day. Right? So, again, when I'm talking about this little, or the guy with the little mustache, he saw so much of everything in Darwinistic terms. And he saw the struggles of peoples, and again, those that are know me, and most of you here do now, know that I try to use language precisely. Oh, I misspeak all the time. I'm not saying that you can't catch me up on something. I misspeak all the time. I try to use language very surgically, very precisely. And when I say so, he sees peoples as different than states. He is not wrong in that it is a constant competition. Now, but it's not. And here's where he is wrong. It's not always with violence. Okay? The competition. I'll say one word, and it has been, for good and for bad, a very strong power. Is Hollywood. Is Hollywood, with the influence it has, that, and here's like a good example of it. I think in Australia, and you guys are free to correct me if I'm wrong, their emergency number, when, like, if you're having an emergency to dial in on the phone, was 99939. After a while, and maybe even after a decade or something of it being there, but after a while, they changed it to 911, because that's what it is in America. Well, why did they change? I mean, was it America's global power? We're trying to force everybody to use the same system we are? No, not at all. It was the TV show 911 that back like in the 90s, I think it was, I'm old, that, since it was an American TV show, that, when people had a different emergencies and, Um, uh, and it's sort of like the show Cops or whatever. They had TV crews ride along with real emergency response crews, whether, and I never really watched the show, but whether like police or ambulances or fire, and they would, quickly get out of the way and let those people do their job, but, highlight what's going on and make shows. Well, it was so popular, enough Australians who never really hardly paid attention to whatever government announces, what the emergency number was, enough, and in an emergency situation, enough of them kept trying to dial 911, and in their telephone system, and back in the day, you got to remember it was primarily a wired telephone system back then, did nothing. So, not that they got rid of 999 or whatever, but they just officially changed it to 911 and used that in all their, branding, educational material or whatever in the future. And that's just the power of America without, and I don't, again, I'm trying to illustrate something that I don't think, for good or for bad, America was trying to convince the world to do something, to change the way they are. It just happened organically because of the TV show. And so our media and our culture, and another thing that I'm particularly weird about here in America is that I know a lot of British television because I've watched a lot of it. And at least a lot of the better British television has been on in America for, forever, basically. But it was really mostly scheduled or segregated off to a network called Public Broadcast System, PBS, and that was a government, and they would do telethons that for 2 weeks, 2 or 3 times a year. They would show some of their best programming and get people to call in to donate money. They did no commercials. So it was either, big grants from, charitable institutions, from the government, and viewers would donate money to keep the channel going. And they when I say they broadcast a lot of British television, they also subsidized it by paying for the production of certain series of British television. So it was that and other access, not just me going to Britain, and it's not like it is today that you can just easily watch it because on YouTube or wherever. Because I don't know if you guys are aware, the broadcast version of TV for Europe and America are incompatible. You have to reformat everything at the base level if you're going to show it on the other system. I don't know how it is today, and America did change things. And it's not, Europe's was better. And that is mostly because once Europe really started to do TV in mass, not as in test channels, but really do it. They came along with television later than America, so their standard was better than what American standard was. And this is up until whenever. And so you couldn't just get like a friend or somebody to make a videotape of a show in Europe, and somebody just could then send it to somebody in America and they could just watch it. No, they'd have to have both a European VCR and a European television to watch it, unless you went through the conversion process. And that equipment wasn't cheap. I mean, nobody basically had it at home to be able to watch it in some other system. So I definitely have, for various reasons, watched a lot more British TV than, 95 to 99%. Now, if even 99%, that means there's still millions of Americans before you start saying, oh, well, I watched it too. Yeah, there's millions of Americans, but even back in the day, watched it. It's just that there's so many of us. That's 1 in a million shot, kid. Yeah, okay. How many Chinese are there? You could have made that shot. And if you don't know the movie, you should, from that quote. But, hey, Jemnuska. Good to have you here. So there is a struggle between peoples and states that are constantly going on. I will grant that. I believe that that is a thing. I believe that, and again, it's not always violent. And nowadays, a lot of it is not. It's the Twitter wars, the whatever, trying to, I'm not sure that, I hope I'm not butchering this too badly. What is this? Bombers. Okay, they probably have pretty good. We'll move them up to here. Get them a little closer. So, and the term, of course, for all of this is soft power. So we are constantly, organically, whether it's a nation state level, at a people level, at individual levels, we're constantly competing with each other. And yeah, it's a very real thing. And so soft power that's wielded. And I bet you, and I don't know, and I'm totally believing the idea that Trump and others just paid enough money to get, and I think it's FIFA is the corrupt organization, at least that's from what I hear, paid enough money to get the World Cup in America. But that's using soft power. And I've been seeing, and this could, of course, be other sorts of soft power, lots of Europeans that are making YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok videos about America. Whether that's all organic or being promoted organically, or just being promoted because of reasons, again, that America wanted to, because I'll tell you what, and people think, and I've thought this too, that Americans called it football, and the rest of, Americans called it soccer and the rest of the world called it football. That's not the case, actually. Americans don't know what the hell football is. They know what soccer is, and it's a game played by women, mostly girls, that they run around and kick a ball into a goal net. That's soccer. Football is what the rest of the world plays. We, as Americans, don't care about football. I try to say it in sort of the European way as opposed to football, which is the American game that you rarely ever kick the ball in except to make the goal. That's if you did a touchdown, then you want to go for the extra points or whatever. So sort of rugby on super steroids. So we don't care about it. It has no meaning, no interest for the American people. Now, of course, we have been invaded, and we may get to this topic later today, too. What's happening down in Ceuta, España. But we've been invaded by lots of mostly Latin Americans who really, really, really care about football. They do. But I'm not counting them as Americans, because I've known plenty of Mexican Americans, and a few I would, through my life, would definitely say we're friends, not just friendly acquaintances or something, but friends. They didn't care about football either because they were Americans, just of a different background. Not that they didn't know, it just didn't matter in their lives. So that and this goes back to the thing of those that are catching all this, that if your government is giving money to other governments and people overseas, you're being taxed too much. Well, it is true that if you use soft power in the world, you may not need to use hard power, meaning bombs and invasions and whatnot. So that is some of the reasons America is definitely giving money. And why not only did we help rebuild the Netherlands, Belgium, France, but also helped rebuild Germany and Italy and Japan, when, of course, we were very upset at these peoples and governments for going to war with us. Because remember, you all went to war with us. Japan attacked us. And what was it, 2 days later, Hitler declared war on us? And we probably would have eventually declared war on Hitler anyways. But he definitely declared war on us. So, you guys declared war on us. We didn't declare war on you first. Obviously, we declared war back. And a lot of the Marshall Plan was at least justified to the American people as a way to stop communism. Not just humanitarianism, not just help people in need. Though there was definitely that motive, I do believe, as well. I'm not saying one or the other motive was primary, but I mean, the point is, you got to remember the Marshall Plan. We literally dismantled some of our shipbuilding facilities and gave them to the Netherlands to replace the stuff that was damaged or destroyed in the war, whether it was from American bombing or German sabotage as they were retreating, however it got damaged. Not just gave away about half of our Liberty and Victory ships to foreign nations, but we gave away the ability to, not all of the ability, but a lot of the ability to build ships. So that can definitely be stated to be a soft power projection, if you want to look at it purely cynically, like we just did it to, fight the commies, and not because we are charitable. And that may be true. Maybe. I'm not saying is. I'm saying it may be true is the main reason. I do believe a lot of the soft power, the people that wielded the soft power, or the institutions that wielded the soft power, had gotten taken over by people of the left that had a anti-American viewpoint, and was promoting a lot of anti-Americanism with their soft power. I believe that to be the case, and I believe a lot of that shut down. And the recent interview with Elon Musk, where the editor of The Economist, which I believe is a British publication, was saying, well, all the people that died in Africa because stopping USAID. And he countered, zero. There is 0 people that died in Africa because we stopped USAID. And then, well, how can you know all this stuff? It was so abruptly. Well, I think, and I can't be certain on all of it, we stopped the funding. And as Elon Musk pointed out, you have the Gates Foundation and you have Bezos's wife, what is it, $40 billion in the Gates Foundation? Within 24 hours, that foundation could have started writing checks to every single organization that got its funding cut off. It's not that all the aid workers were, okay, everybody evacuate, get in the helicopter, we're going back to America right now, gotta go, 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 go. No, it was like, oh shit, the NGO of Doctors Without Borders or whoever, I mean, that's a real one, and maybe a good one, may also be CIA, and I have reason to know, that the funding could, and these organizations, have money in the bank. So they don't, if the money stream stops one day, even if they're not informed that it's going to be stopped, it doesn't mean that they don't have money the next day. It takes, a while for that to come in. And these other big charities, Bezos, Microsoft, those are American-based charities. Greedy America, right? Billions of dollars in charity organizations. Whether they're doing good or evil or something in between, that's another debate. But they could have stepped in to fund all this. So if there were a bunch of needy institutions, NGOs that are doing good work, and they didn't have the money, well, then it's also the fault of Gates and Bezos's wife, and whatever her name is, or former wife, or whatever, and some of these others. It's their fault equally too. And of course, Elon Musk pointed out in that interview that any of the programs that USAID was thought, that Doge found, that thought to be doing good and effective, were just simply transferred from USAID, which no longer exists as far as I know, to the State Department, a different government department to oversee and continue the funding. Maybe at less, maybe at more, maybe at equal amounts, but it just got transferred to a different agency. So the, transgendered Ugandan poetry symposium that we were funding, that probably got cut. I don't think that got anybody killed, but I don't know that it's no longer functioning. So there is a lot of soft power still being exercised by the government. Whether that is primarily done because of power politics or primarily done because of charity, that's open, and I would very much grant you it's a real debate. Now, I will get to folks' very generous gift here in just a moment, but I'm going to go grab a Coke, and I'll be right back. Almost back. So things like the Trump and FIFA and getting the World Cup here, I think was soft power. But yeah, okay, maybe 5 or 10% of it was Trump's ego. I won't dispute that Trump has an ego, and he tries to exercise it. Okay, folks, very generous super chat. In many aspects of American life, giving money signals social status, such as tips. So it is not surprising Americans give a lot of money. Okay. I would say, and again, I know a lot of you are consuming that American soft power of media. I would say that's a no. That's a negative. I think, and this is coming from my social class, my social background, I think it's two things. One, a lot of Americans have worked in the service industry at one time or another. A lot of them work hourly jobs that you get no tips for. But a lot of them also work in places like restaurants, in which you do. And the people that work there, and I don't know if you know this, but you had been, I think it was Trump, has worked to get no tax on tips, meaning if you have a job that you get part of your compensation is to get tips, that income will not be taxed, because the way with the IRS works is that they presume you were getting, I think, about like 7% in tips from what you were selling, from a waitress. So you got taxed whether you got the tip or not. Bet you guys didn't know that. If you were making enough to be taxed, that is. If you're not making enough to be taxed, well, of course, you weren't being taxed on that. But if you were making enough to be taxed, you have to pay income tax, both at the state and the federal level, on the money you make from tips. That isn't just free money. You gotta pay taxes on it. So Americans know this. So when you go to a restaurant and you get served, it's by tip. You know that the person is going to be taxed based on the dollar value of what you're served. If you have a job description of like a waiter or waitress or whatever, and they'll automatically take that money from you. It's not like you have to give it to them. They take it out of your paycheck. If anything, you got to fight to get that money back. So, Americans know this. And it comes from the idea that they have worked, many of them have worked in and amongst, and a lot of rich people. I'm not saying a lot of the rich people in America, unlike I see in Europe and like particularly in Asia, a lot of rich kids They get told to go get a fucking job when they're in college or whatever. They're told to get out there and get a job. Not that even if their parents have enough money to buy them a house and buy them a Mercedes and give them a stipend. No, they're told to go get a fucking job. Might not have the word fucking in it, but it's that sort of vehement. Is you got to go work. You got to go get a job. And like everybody else, they're out on the job market. So a lot of them, not all, maybe not even most, but a lot of them have had the dirty jobs that are, that you can do, like being a busboy or a waiter or whatever, working in a grocery store, whatever. They're told to go get a job. And I see this much more so than, at least my perception, than I see in like Europe or Asia. And so I think there's that as why they give tips. The other reason I think they give tips is they're embarrassed not to if the service is at all adequate. So people of a certain, or of any sort of label, they're embarrassed if they can't. So you might think that is social status, but I think that is more of an inherent social behavior than trying to have a particular social status. Now, from popular culture that you may or may not have consumed, willingly or unwillingly, like you may see TV ads or other clips that you had no interest in watching the program, but, were inflicted upon you. Sort of like elevator music. It's inflicted upon you just because you're riding in the elevator. You may have two impressions. That celebrities give large tips. Well, I think that is two things. One, they're embarrassed not to because they're celebrities and everybody knows who they are. And this could be sports celebrities, it could be, entertainment, actors, singers, whatever, celebrities, people you've heard of. That if some sports legend goes somewhere and leaves no tip, you very well may hear about it on social media or otherwise. So they feel obliged to. But also, a lot of actors, celebrities, if you look at like Magnum, Tom Selleck, of Magnum PI and other fame, didn't do so well in the movies, but did great on some TV series, other than just Magnum PI. He was homeless for a while trying to be an actor, living out of his car. So he knows what it's like to hustle for money. A lot of these singers, a lot of these actors, and a lot of the sports ball people in America come from economic backgrounds that they had to hustle it before they made it. So they know about the people that are working those jobs, and they want to give back because they made it. And I will also say, money signals social status in America, and it does. It very much does in America. If you walk around with a pocket full of cash, if you have nice clothes, if you have some nice accessories like a Rolex watch, you know what it signals? You're fucking poor in America. Because that's what the poor people in America do. Rich people wear the old shoes that are scuffed up, wear jeans that are not, the women are different and women dress up, but I'm thinking men more so here. wear old jeans. Their socks are 20 years old. Their cars are, they're okay. You know, no, it's ghetto rich is a term that I've heard used at least back in the 90s. You know, is that somebody has that wad of cash in their pocket that they can open up and it's $100 bills. They've got those expensive jewelry stuff. Look at their really nice clothes, their Supreme branded t-shirts and other shit like that. That's the rich people. I mean, that's the poor people, not the rich people. See, I do misspeak at times. The more money you flash around in status, the more gold watches you flash around, the presumption is you're either poor and or you're from one of those other cultures. Like, it's well known in America that Dagos wear lots of jewelry. Or do you want to just call them wops? You know, these are Italian types. They got a heavy gold jewelry and they're probably mobbed up and whatever. And they may got lots of money, but it's their thing. Where us WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, no. We play all that down, at least in America. So I would say for most people, and this is my interpretation as a Western American, that the people who show all the money are some of the poorest. There was, and you guys can look it up, I'm pretty sure it's true, and this is, I heard way, way back. There was a well-known woman who wasn't quite homeless, but she, lived in shabby quarters and dressed sort of shabbily and whatnot, living in San Francisco back in the 19th century, in the cowboy sort of days era. And she was supposedly friendly and well known by a lot of people, and living what was thought to be a very poor existence. And when she died, they found under her skirt, because they have multi-layer skirts. She was an old lady. They found under her skirts a fortune in stock and bonds and that kind of stuff, that she just kept on her person at all times because she didn't trust anything. She could have easily had one of the big mansions on Nob Hill, where all the rich people lived in San Francisco, and with that fortune, and easily lived a luxurious life. So why did she have all this money? I have no idea, but she did. And she lived a very poor existence. And there was no secret, mansion or something that she just wanted to fool people. No. So a lot of times American rich, they work to hide their wealth. They don't wear the newest clothes. They wear quality stuff. But they don't wear a lot of the flash stuff. It is the people that, it's like, I just got a settlement from the government. I got government money here. I got $30,000. I'm rich. And the people sitting in a middle-class home, the home is worth $1 million. Their cars are middle of the road, and they have stock bond options. And they go, oh, $30,000. Yeah. That's, month, 2 months worth of my salary. Whatever. Good for you. And so, and so you see videos, of certain ethnic groups in strip clubs just making it rain with $20 or $100 bills, and that's the way they are status. Yeah, that's a certain culture that generally those people are poor. And so I would say, at least this is my estimation, and everybody's willing to, I'm willing to understand that I may be wrong, from people who've actually lived and circulated in different social classes in America. And I can say, and I'm not rich, I could say that a lot of Americans are somewhat embarrassed by their wealth that they have, that they don't feel good about talking about it, talking about what they make, talking about what they may buy. So I would say that at least this is my, so if you've lived in America, whether you're an American or not, for enough years, you can have a different opinion than I do, and you could be more correct than I am, because, like I say, I'm a Southwest American. I say that because, Californian, but out here is different than the Northeast, where you have, the idea of family status is more of a thing up there. It's not anything like England with its family status that you come from, but there is stuff like that. So at least that's okay. Let's progress on through. Okay, yes. So thanks again, folk. I do appreciate it. I know there was sort of a point to that, but I do appreciate it. This World Cup was the worst World Cup it may be the worst one, but it's definitely raised the profile of not so much the American government, but just of America, I would say. So it may have done its job for America. And whether it's been a good World Cup which shouldn't matter where it's because it's also been up in Canada and down in Mexico too, if you haven't noticed as well. Whether you're talking about the playing, how good the games are to watch, and how interesting they are to watch. Versus just simply the difficulty, whether it's expense and or just, the difficulty of getting to America to watch the games versus having them somewhere, like Abu Dhabi or something, I don't know. That may be much easier for you Europeans to get to. And okay, and Arno's saying, I'm trying to keep my words nice again. It's not the regular Americans, yes. Just very few rich asses. Yeah, of course there are rich asses. There's poor asses too. Trust me. There's probably more poor asses than there are rich asses as a percentage of those groups, because obviously there's fewer rich people than there are poor people. But you just may notice the rich ones more than the poor ones, is what I would say. And then Arno and Jim Newscomb just catching through the chat. Football is cool. Hockey to baseball is hitting a ball with a stick and trying to run in a circle. Okay. So Arno is attacking both the USA and Canada, because Canada is hockey. We don't care about hockey down here. Baseball, yes, that is sort of the American sport. Basketball is also cool. Now that's sort of, if any one sport ball game is my game, is basketball, if it is, but I don't still care about that. Okay, and the tip amount expected varies by patron status. Tip workers feel aggrieved if a well-off person gives average tip. And they may. And definitely. And again, I know folk has been around and probably heard all this before, and most of you have, but we get a few new people here. For years, I worked as a bouncer. I've never had a job as a waiter or busboy or that type of thing. But God, I've known a lot of them. Some of them, most of the time, were working in average restaurants. While I knew them, a lot of the places, not everywhere that I worked, but a lot of the places I worked weren't nightclubs. One of them was a Mexican restaurant. I'm going to leave the name brand out. But they did a Taco Tuesday. Obviously on Tuesday, back then it was fish, chopped steak, not ground beef, but chopped, sort of steak. Poor quality, but still chopped steak, cubes. And chicken tacos. Each one was $1. You get as many as you want, $1 a piece. And so people flooded in for that on Tuesdays. So for about 4 to 5 hours on Tuesday evenings, and this was just in the bar, they would, close off the bar from the rest of the restaurant and had us bouncers that the company officially called door hosts, would control who's getting in, because it would go over the fire capacity, how many capacity you can have in there. It went over even though we were controlling it, but the fire department didn't mind because they knew us and knew that we were controlling the situation. And so, yes, these waitresses, cocktail waitresses, and the busboys that worked for them, because busboys would get a share of the tips. See, I don't know if you realize also that the pretty waitress, they get the tip, but they share it with the kitchen staff in back. Not equally by any means, and I don't remember what the standard cut was, but they're the wait staff. And it is known that in restaurants that serve good meals, most of the wait staff get minimum wage. They don't get paid well. At a different restaurant that I worked at, they had cocktail waitresses for the bar area. And this was a restaurant that was it was on the cliff above a beach in Southern California. And it's on the beach side of the road, and you literally sort of walk down the nice paved path from the restaurant down to the beach. So you can guess the value around here, I mean, how many millions of dollars that piece of property is worth. Now, I know the company bought it way, way back when, and it's still owned by the company, and they have no intention of selling it. But, oh boy, $20-30 million if they sold their property. Literally waterfront property on California beaches in a very nice beach city. Oh boy. So there was both an indoor and outdoor bar that were sort of connected. All of the cocktail waitresses were waitresses, every single one of them. They had Mexican busboys. Most barely spoke English, and all of the waiters, this was a high-end restaurant, and I do mean high-end. All of the waiters were very good-looking gay men. They were all gay. They did not flame out, at least at work. I know this. But they were all gay, but they all, and what the modern term would be, looks-maxing. They were looks-maxing. And this is another thing that I see on modern day on the internet, all these guys that are looks-maxing, and I know Lum sort of chided me. I shouldn't be using that word. But to me, a lot of those looks-maxing people from my cultural background they're probably gay. Because it's the gay guys that really worry about all the little details on how they look. And these guys looked sharp. They were all very professional, very good. And you wouldn't, when they were at work, at least, I'm saying. And that's the only place I knew them. And I didn't work with them much because I was working in the bar area. But, you know, I would recognize who they were and whatnot, and maybe at the time could even place a few names to faces. But, you know, I didn't know those guys that well. You wouldn't know if you just were casually that they were all gay. But they were all gay. And that was partially because the management wasn't gay. But whoever that was sort of hiring the waiters, they sort of preferred their own, if you know what I mean. You weren't going to get along if you were a straight white male in the group. So, and so they're all really good at this. They weren't paid well, but they made lots of money because at that restaurant, the waitresses were very flirty with guests, and they knew how to be flirty with guests. If it was a family coming in, they would be flirty, but not in a sexual way, just in a friendly banter with the mother and father and any kids, and they would just be friendly. If it was a bunch of guys, they would be more, suggestive in their banter. And so they were not just, am I being good with getting your drinks or your sort of bar food, because there was sort of bar food that was different than the restaurant food, very different. Getting your food and everything quickly, but no, they would in essence sort of come and spend a few minutes at your table chatting with you and being very flirty. And and this is back in the 90s, and it's, I don't know, most of the meals were $50 and up. That's a lot of money for a meal. So party of 6, you're talking hundreds of dollars. Not everybody's coming there as rich, because people will go, hey, it's your birthday, we're going to go out to the nice restaurant. And whatever. And so they go out to the nice restaurant, and they spend $50 to $80 per person, and they'll do that a few times a year for several people's birthdays. But it's not like it's the Saturday night place to go for a lot of people. Now, the Saturday night place to go for the people. Oh, and there were also lots of tourists because, again, beach city, I don't want to specify. I mean, even from what I said, you could probably almost Google and figure out what restaurant I'm talking about. It's very breezy down there and very nice and everything. So lots of tourists were also there, but not tourists with, shopping bags and everything else. No, people that are sort of, and tourists, not just like foreigners from Europe, but just around America that are coming through and wanting to go to a nice, kind of, like honeymoon or anniversary trips to somewhere nice that husband and wife would go and want to go to the nice, the very nice restaurant. And so they're, people spending more than they do. So it's not all rich people by any means, that are going there. But trust me, there were a lot of rich people going there too. And like I say, they weren't paid well. We, as bouncers, were generally paid by the restaurant more than the other staff. I, with the Mexican restaurant that I was explaining, employees got a significant discount if they ate at one of the restaurants. And no, this is not Taco Bell. This is an actual go in, sit down, order restaurant. So if you ate at the restaurant, you got a significant discount. So all of us and all of the employees carried a relatively recent pay stub around in our, wallets or whatever. And it's, for the change, so if you go somewhere else. And most of these restaurants did not have enough of a crowd on Taco Tuesday to need security. Most didn't. And when the staff would see the pay stub that did tell them how much we got paid, they were shocked. because that was like the pay of a manager at the restaurant, per hour, or about that. Some of the higher level managers were on salary, not hourly, but those that were on hourly, we were getting management pay for being a door host. So because we weren't expected to get tips, where they are expected to get tips. And so people feel obliged, I would say, to tip. And why tipped workers feel aggrieved if you don't. And I have to agree. What the hell are you going to... what the hell are you doing with your money? If you're going to a restaurant and paying restaurant prices, or if you're ordering food from DoorDash or any of the other food delivery services, if you can't afford to tip, don't be stupid and pay for DoorDash, or don't be stupid and go to expensive restaurants. And I mean just middle-of-the-road restaurants on a routine, normal, regular basis. If you're that hard up for money, and trust me, I've been that hard up for money, and I don't go anywhere near those places because I don't feel that I should spend my money at doing that. Now, if you got plenty of money, well, then you got money to tip, and their whole structure of the industry on that part of the service industry part of it. And that includes structure of pricing for the restaurant. It was more than a year ago, but recently talking to somebody here up in my secret mountain base area that had a friend who owns a restaurant and was in eating at the restaurant, and my God, $15 for a sandwich? Yeah, it's a good sandwich and there's a lot there, but $15. And since he was, an actual friend and not just, being friendly to a customer, he sort of went over with his, I've got to pay the electricity, I got to pay the lease rent, the rent for the lease here, I got to pay the staff, I've got to pay all these bills, I got to pay the city taxes, I got to pay all this stuff here. Man, I'm giving you a deal at $15 for a sandwich. If you want a cheap sandwich, go to the grocery store and buy the stuff and make the sandwich yourself. You're coming in here to sit, and this was, one of those, not a high end or whatever, somewhat, restaurant here in my secret mountain base. It wasn't a McDonald's or whatever, cheap-ass restaurants. You're coming in to sit here for the environment that you didn't have to make it, or nobody had to make the sandwich for you. It was made. It was served to you. The dishes will be cleaned up after you leave. They'll take them away once you're done with them, but cleaned up and back. And all of that service, that's what you're paying for, not the bread and the meat and the lettuce and whatever spread we put on the sandwich. It's paying for all of that other stuff. Well, if you weren't tipping that waitress who then shares out some of the money to the staff that actually cleans the dishes and gets them, stacked up so that normally the cooks are paid enough that they themselves are normally paid better because there's skill involved in the cooking. So they normally got paid more, so they wouldn't be shared out, but the sort of the grunt work of doing the dishes and whatever, the bus boys as we generally call them, they get shared out on it. If those people were not being paid near minimum wage, you would immediately turn that $15 sandwich into a $23 sandwich. So, that is how the service industry, when it comes to restaurants and whatever, is run in America. So, how'd you like my TED Talk? And hello there, Gloomfrost. How are you doing? Okay, so yes, this all comes from Arno's comment on that Americans are greedy, or seen as greedy, and we might be. I'm not saying we're not, and I'm very interested in how the rest of the world sees America. Whether it's correct or not is another question. And it doesn't, and I'm not saying America sees itself correctly compared to, often people looking in have a better view, if you will, than people living in the environment. I will say that. And I will also say that in a lot of media, TV, movies, or whatever, it may skew things a bit to seeing some of that. Okay, well, actually, we haven't even gotten through 24 hours of the game yet. So we'll see how far we get. Nothing that U.S. viewers haven't seen before. Right. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to there with that. No, I said hockey's cool, not read correctly. Okay, well, I may have missed that. I thought that was sort of the end. So Arno is backtracking on his hatred for Canada. I meant us as in we haven't seen before in Gamers Rants. Oh, okay. Yes. I know most of you are known for that. Know me well enough. It's always interesting. And I do sort of enjoy explaining America to the rest of the world. So you guys here are going to support that attack. So now we have tanks in the attack in the forest against Soviet tanks. Oh, we got more production capabilities. All right. I'm looking still very much how to shift. We're down on tactical bombers. We're barely up on close support. Heavy fighters we've got a lot of. Fighters we're barely on level, so I don't want to reduce their production. Yeah, we just may run. Oh, what did I? Yeah, let's see if we can add some trucks into production here. Where's our trucks? Here, okay. 2 more, yes. We can do 2 more to trucks. Keep our motorization up. No, they've left the province open. Try to fill the void. Okay, so we made it across the river here. Very good. Cut them off. So let's start moving with you. You add to the attack. You come here. Come here as well. We now have advanced radios. Very nice. Assuming is that one. Let's do better MPs. This is called the Commonwealth, Philippines, and Air. What? Oh, in the war against Japan, okay. I'm wondering if the US is going to declare war against me here. Oh good, we've cleared up that pocket entirely. You guys finish off then. You, well, okay, we can only do one at a time. You get on trains and come back this way. You get on trains and come back this way. Hey, Gloomfoss, sorry I'm new here, but seeing you all videos for a while on YouTube, looking into more strategy games. Well, very good, Gloomfrost. I'm glad you've watched some of the videos on YouTube, and you're still around, so you must sort of like them. That's good to hear. I have loved strategy games for many a decade. So you're there. So the trucks this one. You're going to attack only to pin those forces. Oh, they've left another one open. Okay, so you're going to attack here to pin those forces, while you and you drive forward. And you two attack here on the flanks as well. So now both sides are getting attacked. No, both sides of the flank are getting attacked. These may be successful. Those are just pinning while we hopefully come in and occupy there. Okay, these guys are cut off. It's going to take them a while to reduce down their supplies. But I think we can sort of kind of leave them. Let's push on here, though. We do want to get this railway to connect up there. That is important. Okay, how are we doing on the Romanian front? We're doing so well, you just get to go out of there. Oh, Stalingrad, go, go, go. I've been telling you to go, go, go. You're retreating. Now we know. Go in there and you guys push into there. Don't want to overextend and get cut off, but I also want to keep pushing, pushing, pushing. Okay, so we have got the peninsula here. Hold that. You're going to walk back and take Sevastopol, hopefully. You move in and occupy there. Currently playing a lot of Civilization 3 quite a bit lately. Well, cool. That's a good game. I haven't played much of it, but I do understand it's a good game. Oh, what? No, 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 no. I'm still highlighted. No, you gotta go there, Dan. Okay. Unselect that. Okay, non-aggression pact. I don't care about non-aggression pacts with you people. Just go away. Just to give everybody a rundown, I'm playing this as Germany, obviously, but Italy is not an ally of mine. They are fighting the Greeks in Greece, but not at war with the British. The Japanese are at war with the Americans and maybe the British, and of course the Chinese. But the Americans are not yet, though it's still just November, not yet at war with Germany. So this is, you know, a different sort of, okay, you guys here, you stop, you get on trains, come back this way. We're going to keep the two holding. See, this is the key here. If we look at the supply map here. This is, I'm going to leave 2 divisions here just so I don't get surprised by the AI, because I don't know what they're doing. Unless they take here. Well, you know, I've just changed my mind. Let's go this way with these, and with these guys go this way. Come here. Maybe we will push again along this rail route. But I'm going to leave 2 here just in case, because they're in a fortified position. And if we hold here, they're supplied. So they're holding on a supply depot. And nothing, you know, they're not going to be able to really come across all this and successfully attack without coming through here. So this is a key position. And so we're already seeing winter effects up here. And not here yet, but we'll see how this winter comes. I am hoping to make as much progress as I can before winter. And then I figure, unless they're doing something stupid like here, we'll just hold on. I would be pushing much more aggressively, but look at this division here. Okay, it has a full amount of armored cars, fine. But it only has 3 of 12 artillery pieces. Now, I don't know. I know they're still vaguely holding on to the idea that, hey, when you build an artillery piece, it also equals all of the ammunition that gun is ever going to shoot. We just have supply effects in that, can we effectively get ammo to the front line? So a gun that you build and you use for 3 months for the war costs the same amount as building a gun that you use for 3 years. And yes, I've heard the defense, well, if you shoot the gun a lot, you wear the rifling out, and you got to replace the barrel or the barrel liner if it has a barrel liner. So that's a lot of work. Yeah, blah, 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 bullshit. And that's this. But look at this. This unit has, and I don't know how much attrition that it has, but we don't have enough small arms for here. So just again to show you, we don't have enough artillery. We don't have enough small arms. So those are both in negative terms. But we have much more as a percentage small arms than we do artillery. How do you lose artillery? So long as you have fuel, and that includes both types of fuel. I'm going to play one. Sometimes I get participation, sometimes I don't. What are the 2 types of fuel that the division would use that I'm thinking of? But so long as you don't have fuel and you're not being forced to retreat, you rarely lose artillery pieces. Even when you're talking about, you know, counter battery fire, because mostly it just, you know, kills the soft squishy bits, the crew, and not the guns. So a lot of times now, at times the Germans particularly, but also the Soviets and others, were forced to retreat, and they did not have enough fuel, so they had to abandon the guns. But as long as you're advancing, you're not going to lose the guns. As long as you have fuel, even if you're retreating, you're probably going to pull the guns out with you. So how do you lose the guns? That's what I want to know. I want to know from your logic, how would you lose the guns? And so we're, you know, what's that, about a little over 3/4 necessary small arms. But if you notice, we got the Johnsons from the, and I still need to get Arno his book. Sorry, Arno. I'm sorry. My life is just dealing with things. I know it should be a simple job, but... And we have, well, 1/3 the trucks. Now, I can understand losing the trucks, but you're not normally riding into battle on the trucks. You're normally just moving up near the front line and getting off of the trucks. Now, the light tank unit, that's full because we have extra of those. The medium tank unit here of this armored division is, you know, a little over half, 68% actually here. So, so I'm sort of reluctant to keep throwing some of these units into combat because we don't have the supplies or the equipment or whatever. But when I do sort of look and see here, now we can do 4-to-1, and let's put in the mountain division to come from this angle. So now we're doing this. Nobody's gonna try to guess the 2 types of fuel I'm thinking of. Well, I guess you don't get to know then. You guys move up here, just so when we get to Stalingrad we don't get totally cut off. Okay, I'm going to doom this guy and send him out to there. What does the rail network around here look like? Oh, nothing. Okay, so we're moving you into nothing. And more factories have become available. Good. Okay, so we've successfully taken. We're gonna stop you, so this way we won't have. Hopefully, it won't have a cut-off Stalingrad. We don't need history to repeat itself in that way. We're down here. Let's risk it and push to my comp. Okay, have a good dinner, and I don't mind if you know, I often just have on live streams in the background while doing other things, including eating and not participating, so that's cool with me. Don't care about you people. I'm not going to attack. I don't want any entanglements in different people's alliances that somehow would give the AI an excuse to attack me is why I'm avoiding all of that. I play Crusader Kings while watching on another screen. Well, that's very good. I don't know, is this a rich American viewpoint, but I don't know why anybody really, you know, who plays a lot of games and things. So I know there are people that are just casual computer users, so that they, and people, I actually know there are people that don't have a computer, you know, I mean, in the sense of a desktop or laptop. I know that how strange that may seem, I know that is a reality for some people that they don't have. You know, they have a phone or a tablet or whatever, but they don't have an actual computer. These guys are pushing all against that, so these guys are going to push against him. Well, I don't know why people don't have a second monitor. And before you think, oh, rich American again, well, one of my monitors that I'm currently using right now came out of an e-waste, you know, bin that I dumpster dived for, and there's burn-in on it. You know, and I just use it as the extra monitor, so I'm not staring at it all the time. But yeah, you know, so free monitor. Oh, I'll take it. Wasn't sure that it worked when I got it. Okay, now we got 2 divisions here. It's in the open plains. So we're going to put our motorized forces, and just in case we break through, let's push it a bit deeper. Let's hit the 3 division as well. Ah, it looks like snow is falling. And rain. Maybe it depends on where you are. We're letting them starve a bit more. But we don't need all of these units here, and they're overstressing the supplies. Let's again look at the supply. That's critical. Okay. Kursk here, they're still repairing the railway, but they will be a supply center. We're going to send all of those that way. So you should all be, you know, I mean, if you really find my actual maneuvers so interesting, yeah, do please watch intently. But yeah, play a game or something on the other channel. Just sort of keep what's going on in the periphery, so you know you can sort of follow along with what I'm doing. But yeah, let's start that. Don't know if we'll ever get to producing those. Yeah, let's do this. These guys are, they're going to end up there. So these guys are going to advance forward. Gloomfrost says, I mostly play Elder Scrolls Online, but really into strategy games as well. That's cool. I never got into Elder Scrolls. It looked like a really good game, but I guess, you know, strategy games and other things have kept my attention enough. Are starting to see, of course, the winter is arriving. Okay, it looks like we've secured Stalingrad. So, for November 41, we're maybe not quite as close to, I mean, sort of, I would put it sort of here, the most advanced elements of the German advance towards Moscow achieved. punch into there. But we've taken Leningrad. We've taken Stalingrad. We are battling over Sevastopol. Was Sevastopol, I think, taken in 42? I think. You know, the whole Crimea Peninsula. I think that was a 1942 operation. So I would so far saying we are doing better than the Germans did historically. You're going to counterattack against those guys. Okay, there are Soviets here, so let's see how attacking them looks like. Okay, not good. Stop the attack. Okay, we're gonna these guys back onto trains and move them down here. I really, really don't want to lose Leningrad. Hello, Jimmy Tyrone. How you doing today? Hope I got that right. All of you attack there. You attack there. And you guys attack there. Well, thanks for the love. Yeah. Opening. Get there and help defend that. Why aren't you playing with any front lines? Well, I like to play manually. I will say it goes back to playing board games like Third Reich way back in the day. Oh, we've secured my cop here. But this is looking very sort of weird and stringy. We've secured here, but they have sort of kind of cut us off, but let's attack this unit which has no organization. Let's also attack from there. So I just like managing manually. That's how I find enjoyment with the game. Not in the idea or playing style of drawing front lines and then having the AI generals play it out. You guys have made it here. Good. You come here while one of you go up to there. Oh, they are pushing in here, so don't want to give them this playthrough. Oh, it's been a while now, a few months. I just play for a few hours on Saturdays for the live stream. I've not been playing other times, so it's been a while, and I talk a lot, so I pause a lot to do that. Stop advancing because I want to hold contiguously there. They're pushing down, reconnecting, very good. They've got my cop. You guys. Come down there as quickly as you can. Okay, they're pushing into here. We'll help them with this. Well, very good, Gloomfrost. You're from London. Man, I enjoyed being in London. But I understand London's changed. Thinking of the USS or the SS Tolton, not USS, because it isn't the United States. Neutral Chilean convoy US or SS Tolton was traversing unescorted from Baltimore to New York when she was hit near the bridge by a torpedo from a German submarine off Barnegat, New Jersey. Never heard of that place. The ship was sunk in 6 minutes, and it was only after her sinking that the U-boat crew confirmed the ship to be Chilean. This could be a diplomatic disaster for Germans. I don't think there's a real event. But I haven't heard of this, if this was a real event. Have we noticed how many U-boats are operating off the U.S. coast? Have we noticed here? Have we noticed how I have avoided, for multiple reasons, the U.S. neutrality line, which runs through here? At about this time, maybe 6 months before, the U.S. I'm trying to think here how to clearly state this. The U.S. did not want the war to be spread to North America. Now, we know FDR was trying to get into World War II. But he was also, or the government, whether him or the government, was also trying to be very, very clear about things. Now, I don't know why this was turned over to the United States. I think it was before the United States went to war with Japan. What? We're at war with... Oh, this is news to me. We're at war with Defensive war? Oh, wow. This is when I last checked, however, long in the game time ago. Definitely not today, but we're now at war with the United States. How? And this, everyone, real event sunk by U-boat March 1942. Okay, thank you. Dutovich, how you doing? There's a lot I don't know. 404, right? U404. Okay, so this is a real event, but I did not know until now that we were at war with the U.S. I knew the U.S. was at war with Japan, but we have no alliance. We have no part of any war in Asia. I have no ships. I have no treaties. I have nothing with any Asian nation. I have not done anything provocative out here. Now, historically, people, like I say, at some stage, I believe in 41, the U.S. Declares a neutrality zone. And it starts patrolling this area. Because it claims, now again, because I know that FDR was wanting to get the U.S. into the war, but FDR also knew that if it were to declare war on Germany, like supposedly the U.S. has done here, that would highly divide America. And okay, the sort of fucked upness of their political system here. 44% support the NSDAP, 14% support the communists, 28% support some sort of democratic socialist, and 14% are right-wingers. Whether you want to consider the Nazis right-wingers or not is another matter. Well, if you actually sort of, yeah, but, and I guess in a way that this is correct, because if they should change this to Democrat-Republican parties, as opposed to communists or fascists or something, because the Silver Legion is a group you don't hear much about nowadays. I did not hear, but they had a lot more membership, a lot more, like 10 times more than the German American Bund. You see, when the one big event where the German American Bund rents out Madison Square Gardens and has the big, rally there that, they have big pictures of George Washington and big swastikas and whatnot, trying to link the two. That was not, those people were not even 1%, in America. I would say maybe getting up to 5% for something like the Silver Legion or fascism. Because you also have Father Coughlin's movement. I forget exactly what he was terming that, but they were sort of fascistic, sort of Catholic fascists. Sort of. So, and he was, like I say, popular. Father Coughlin, a Catholic priest on the radio mostly, but he had a big following. So yeah, if you throw in the Republicans, yes, America had been between the and within these political party spectrums, the Democrat and the Republican are the same ideology. We will look at the thing. And hello, Kronos. Good to see you on the live event. Yes. We'll look at the naval in just a moment. And again, I know many people are, old friends here and have watched most of this series and others, but I do feel a need to repeat myself. The reason I made this series was to look at the current state of Hearts of Iron IV, because it was over 2 years ago that I got burnt out on playing it, so I stopped playing. And so this has been a reintroduction to new features. Many of them are great. But just to see how the game is playing at its current state. So trying to learn things like, what should be my pre-war production levels for, things like artillery, infantry equipment, support equipment, and trucks and whatnot. And either I have too big of an army, which I may have, seeing as I only have 700,000 people not in, currently in units. I may have too big of an army, or I have not done good enough job. I've done, I think, a fairly good job. Okay, we got too many armored cars. We're not really using anti-aircraft guns, so that's why we have so many of them. They're not in any order of battles. Maybe we need less trains. What's our current production? I hate to fully shut down production, but okay, I'll go down to half of what I'm currently producing. So I would estimate that in this condition of the world, the United States, where Germany, and we'll take right now a look at the naval battles. So here we sunk 4 British convoys. Inconclusive actions. Okay, down here, they sunk 4 of our submarines. Looks like all the naval stuff going on. That we're only operating, not right off here, but we're only operating out on the Eastern Atlantic. Leading up to the declaration of war, and I started to go down this. Hey, IKB, you can never have too many trains. That's very true, but we can have not enough other things that we need to reduce train production and focus on something else. That is also true. So the U.S. declares a neutrality zone. The U.S. starts patrolling it. At some fairly early stage, they occupy Denmark. We've never left. Don't blame Trump. Trump is not the disease. Trump is the symptom. We've not left. Eisenhower didn't leave. Truman didn't leave. Kennedy, Johnson, Carter didn't even leave Denmark. I believe whether it was under Truman or under Eisenhower, not Denmark, I'm saying Greenland. I keep seeing, when I see this, it's influencing me. Greenland. We've not left Greenland. Well, technically Denmark too, because it's part of Greenland is part of Denmark. We were asked to leave by Denmark to leave Greenland at one point, either under Truman or under Eisenhower, and we go, oh, that's a good idea, yeah, we'll get back to you on that, and not like we said no, we just didn't. So Greenland sort of belongs to us, people. We've already taken it. Just haven't formally took it over and, whatever. But yeah. But we occupied that, and then a bit later, we took over from the British occupying Iceland. just because, and I'm not sure whether Iceland happened before or after we entered World War II. But so we did do that, but we were very much signaling that we did not want fighting here. Well, this has somehow been given over to America, but Guadeloupe, which I think is here, the French aircraft carrier, it's either here or here, is sitting throughout the whole war. It just sits there. It's not a very good aircraft carrier. I don't know if they could have gotten it out of port if they tried. But to my understanding, when we were taking a few battleships, I believe the Richelieu and a few others, into American dockyards to upgrade and get prepared to go back, into French service, we weren't taking them over. We still didn't bother with their aircraft carrier for whatever reason. There could have been another aircraft carrier, but hell, eventually we had 100 aircraft carriers, 100 aircraft carriers operating during World War II, simultaneously, not just replacing losses. One more wouldn't have been a whole lot of change in effect, I totally get, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know whether it was like the size and of the aircraft carrier, and it just wasn't very big to be able to handle the more modern airplanes, or I don't know what it was, or whether it was the condition of it, meaning it was just so rotted that nobody wanted to take it out of the port. Don't know really what happened to it, but it sits down here. The French aircraft carrier sits down here for the whole war. We don't want the war spreading. For sure, we don't want the war spreading to North America. Germans invading some French island or something, like up here. I go, oh yeah, no, right here. We don't want, the Germans coming in and occupying something else. So we start this neutrality patrol. A lot of old destroyers are patrolling it. A Clemson-class destroyer by the name of the Reuben James actually gets sunk by a German U-boat. And this upsets people in America, not just the government, but it does upset them. But it is sort of understood that the Germans at times were depth charging, at least suspected. I mean, I don't know if I said that right. The Americans at times were at least depth charging suspected German submarines in the western half of the Pacific, somewhere over here. And we were also actively doing some convoys up to Newfoundland, escorting them up here. Not beyond at that time. So everybody knew we were sort of kind of helping out, but there was still very much a mood in America to not. The Bern was a piece of shit, unique aircraft handling system needing special design planes and several other issues. I could believe that. That's what I was wondering, whether it was the deck wasn't long enough, or the elevators or whatever wouldn't handle a more modern aircraft, and putting mid or early 1930s aircraft, biplanes, I almost presume, into the war. It wasn't worth doing, even as an escort carrier. So yeah, thanks, Dutovlich. That we didn't, there was the America First movement that was generally anti-intervention in the European war. Some elements of it, I would say, were pro-German. I'm not going to say pro-Nazi, just sort of pro-German. A bunch of the elements was, whether rightly or wrongly, what the hell do we care about what the Europeans do to each other? Why does it affect us? Yeah, we're all on the same planet, but what does it affect us? Now, a lot of people in the American First movement did not want America to go fight Japan, but were also very much upset and giving aid, donations, the greedy Americans giving donations to different charities to help out Chinese, in being fighting the Japanese, for the refugees and other people in need in China. Now I don't know how much the money actually got to the people in need in China, or did it pay for weapons or what? I don't know, but or just pay for more propaganda. I don't know, but that was definitely a thing. And I don't know the percentages, and I don't know that there is any clear polling evidence, but I could easily see 30+% of the Americans actively supporting the America First movement. Not that they were all going to the rallies or whatever, but just sentimentally, no, we don't need to be involved in these wars. So, and a lot of other Americans, and it wasn't A or B, it was A, B, C. It was America First. I don't know if I can come up with it, but B, neutral, or C, let's help the Commonwealth. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out this. Okay. So when I say there's like 30% or more are America First, those are people, let's stay the hell out of the war. And there might be, well, I don't know. I would put less than 30% of the Americans, let's get into the war. Actively, let's send troops somewhere. Not just, do we want to send aid? Do we want to make sure, and they were before the attack, reinforcing the Philippines. The Americans are sending down some more divisions and whatnot. Some of them are like, yeah, war's coming. Oh, and if you're talking about let's support Britain with whether it's Lend-Lease or earlier cash and carry, or giving donation money to help victims of the bombing in Britain. Oh, that's like at a 60% of America wants to do that. But that doesn't mean enter the war. So if we're looking again at this stat, war support. So if we're looking at this scenario in which there is no tripartite pact, there is no Axis, and for those of you who don't know, the Axis was formed between Germany and Italy, sort of an axis of whatever, attack, defense, whatever. And that was something that they formed. Now, we end up calling everything the Axis after a while, but this is what was formed with the Axis. And also coming out of that, but spreading beyond it, was the Anti-Comintern Pact. I think Japan signs I'm pretty sure Japan signs the Anti-Comintern Pact. Yeah, pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they do. We do have the Anti-Comintern Pact, but we have not asked anybody else to sign it, however much. But I needed to do that only to go with the war with the Soviet Union to get this thing. I have not befriended the Japanese or the Chinese. I've stayed entirely out of this. So we do not have, in reality, an Anti-Comintern Pact, even though I know I did do this. But I did not ask, tensions increased by, yeah, whatever, gets event. This is a little too railroaded. And again, we're looking at how, and I'll get to the chats, IKB and others, don't worry. We're looking at how well this game handles something that isn't the standard World War II. That's sort of what this playthrough is meant to do. So Germany did not get Italy in. There was no, because FDR felt, he thought he had assurances from the Italians. I don't know if that means Mussolini or if that just means the Italian government, which not to, I mean, I don't know what, and I honestly don't know. I'm not saying it's not knowable. I just haven't looked into it enough. I don't know if it was direct communications between FDR and Mussolini himself, or whether it was FDR sending the ambassador to Italy to talk to somebody in the foreign ministry of Italy to find out. I don't know at what level this happened at. I know they never met in person, Mussolini and FDR. But I understand FDR felt rather betrayed because there was a lot of support, including by FDR, for the fascists. I don't think you realize fascism was always, a dirty word by the communists, because you got to understand. And I think it's lost on a lot of people, and the way they throw fascist around, the word fascist around now. And fascist sounds to be the dirtiest word on the planet, and I don't think it is. The reason why, the main reason why the communists and the hardcore socialists, if you want to define those two out as different things, hate the fascists, is because they're traitors and they're competing for the same group of supporters. You have to understand those two things. Because Mussolini was a massive socialist. His parents, both of them were socialists, were active in Italy back in the day. This is, in the 1800s, in the Italian socialist movement. They named their son after Benito Juarez, the Mexican president that was displaced by the French when they installed Maximilian as Emperor of Mexico. And he is sort of I don't know how left-wing, how socialist Benito Juarez was. I'm not saying he wasn't generally on the left, but I don't know if he was himself a diehard socialist or not. I just don't know enough. But he was definitely a hero to the downtrodden masses against the elites. So they named their son after Benito Juarez, a Mexican. And Mussolini's a bit of a bully type, but he also ends up being the editor-in-chief, basically the controlling person, I guess I sort of said that, of the largest, biggest publication for socialists in Italy. So it would be, today like as if you're the American news media or whatever, because, all socialist, and you're controlling that. And then he flips, as they see it, to the other side. Which, is he really? No, he's not one of these diehard monarchist, traditionalist, elitists. He's just betrayed socialism, as they say it. So they are betrayers. They hate betrayers. This is why they hate Elon Musk so much, because they had been in such love with him, because Tesla and other green things that he was doing, he's just the greatest. Oh my fucking God, he hates us. We hate him. We hate him. He's really a secret right-winger. Oh my God. So they hate him because they see him as a betrayer. And they also hate him because they see him doing actually more for the green movement than any other corporations. Tesla and other green enterprises that he has are doing more to save the planet than they are. But they hate that because he's betrayed the left. Because Elon Musk isn't the left. But they wanted him to be, and so they see him as a betrayer. Oh, Elon Musk is not some right-winger. Elon Musk is just some sort of centrist. He is not a right-winger at all. Trust me, he's not. A lot of right-wingers like him because, he's talking sense, and he's not a crazy person. So, hey, he's okay. We like him. And he's doing rocket ships. So, that's all cool. But So it's both that he betrays and they're arguing over the same sort of workers and not the elitists as they see it, because they expect the class enemies of the elites and the bourgeoisie to be the class enemies of the socialists. That's what they see. Now, of course, in America, and I think in a lot of places, but in America, the socialists are the party of the bourgeoisie and the non-white. There are now very few poor people that are white in the Democratic Socialists of America. And most of those people that are poor are non-workers that are white. They don't have a job in the Democratic Socialists of America, or they are the non-white people that are so terribly discriminated against in America as they see it. That's who the Democratic Socialists are. They're the upper middle class. Not the workers. Not the workers. Not the people who have a job. Oh, God, no. Those people are not supporters of the Democrats as a group. Obviously, you can find an example here or there, but as a group, they're not the supporters of the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA. So, when Mussolini enters the war and invades France and fights the British, that really upsets FDR. Because now he sees this, and at that time you also have to remember the Soviet Union was in an alliance with those two things. So you had the Soviets, the Nazis, and the fascists, and all three of those are different ideologies. Again, the left doesn't seem to make the distinction between the fascists and the Nazis, but they are different. I think those of you who watch it. So I will get to all the chat, so don't worry. I'm not looking at what reading what you're saying now, but you'll all be read. So type away if you like. I will address the points. Whether I agree or disagree, we'll see. So in this world, I really don't think that FDR is going to try to get America into the war if it's a limited war. If he's not scooping up Denmark, Norway, if he's not invading Yugoslavia, invading Greece, getting, they did get Bulgaria. Now, we do have Hungary and Romania in, obviously. They are in. Finland is doing the continuation war, so they sort of are in, sort of not in this scenario that we're playing out here. France has pieced out, and we've let them piece out. We're occupying here, and we have, you notice, they got foreign claims here, where this is owners, Free French, and claims by the Vichy French here, and owners by Germany here. But so this has been, this is the territory that Germany lost in World War I. So this has been taken over, and it also took over Luxembourg a bit too. But we've set up puppet states here for these that are presumably going to go back to being independent states once the war is over, and presumably, although there'll probably be a demilitarized zone, a no fortification zone, or whatever here, but otherwise all this territory would go back to being French, and Paris would go back to being French. And if we could just, since there are no panzers in North Africa, there's no Italian tanks in North Africa, nobody's attacked any British possessions here. Okay, Italy, has gone after Greece. I don't think Mussolini would have attacked Greece in this condition. I think that is broken in the game. I think that is just too much of their railroading of national focuses. I think the Greece thing was a mixture of we literally can't send more units to North Africa and supply them. I mean, they could get some more units there, but they couldn't supply them. And we have more units that we can fight, so we might as well try to change the equation, if you will. So that if we use our army that we can't use in North Africa because of supply limitations, and we take Greece, that'll change the equation. In some ways, it'll get, more territory, more people that we can conscript into war work. Not necessarily enslave, but, and conscription at times can mean, oh, you're getting paid, you're getting rations, you're living at your home, but you're being told to go work in this factory. And it can go to, death camp slavery kind of things in Nazi Germany. It can mean different things. But, we got more people. Whether they would be able to recruit Greeks into the Italian military, that's another thing. But we get this. And, of course, if we got all of this, we can put airplanes here. And because Italy's naval strategy very much included aircraft. They, because of their position as well as expense, did not have any aircraft carriers because they had all kinds of islands around, including eventually Albania, that they had lots of float planes so that they could operate from, ports as well as, have other planes that are, land-based. And so that they would be giving air cover. Now, it was never enough because it was not so much whether it was enough aircraft at any one moment. That may be. But they weren't able to be always there. And, with an aircraft carrier, you always have aircraft there. They may not always be ready to go and to take off or always be, always keep some up in the air. But at relatively short notice, they could start launching some aircraft. And if you're around, here or up here, oh hell yeah, you could, oh, we see some enemy aircraft coming in, and the pilots are ready to go, and they run, the pilots at the Toronto airport run to the aircraft, jump in and start the aircraft because it's all fueled up, machine guns all ready to go. They're already in their flight suits. And they take off and go. Yeah, that they can do. No problem. But when it's a few hours flight time way down here, they either have to just constantly be sending a few aircraft at a time to always be over here, or they're going to be too late for the air battle. It's going to be too late. So to be able to operate here with air cover, you need to have Crete. They did have Rhodes, but Rhodes is a bit further away and vulnerable because it's so far away, like getting enough supplies and whatnot to it. So by changing the equation, and also instead of running supplies past Malta down to Tripoli quickly, or from here way out to Benghazi or way out to Tobruk, that you can have lots of opportunities for submarines and other naval attacks and possibly air attacks, Because trust me, the British would have air bases out here that would attack, flight out here to, attack freighters or whatever that were coming in. So, you couldn't, it's getting further. Now it just, supplies could come along here and then dash to here or dash to here. It's a much shorter path, much more air cover. Because yes, of course, they would also coordinate Italian aircraft or German coming from air bases here, the last stretch coverage of freighters coming in. So they're trying to do this. Without the war going on, with Italy being largely at peace, I do not believe Italy would have attacked Greece. So I think this is a failure. And again, I know many of you know, hello, Urfe fan? Is that how you pronounce that? Just invade Greece, bro. Yeah. I did make a mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that never got released. And so I know how to do these things. You can easily, wherever it is in here, the sort of national goal or whatever to invade Greece that had to have happened, I'm sure there's a national focus for it, could easily have conditions is Italy at war with Britain or something like that? And if not, the national focus cannot be done, so the AI would not do that. So I think this is a mistake. This is badly done programming for this. But with Italy, we're going to call Italy sort of at peace because they're not in the Axis and they're not fighting the British or the French or anybody but the Greeks. With Japan, maybe they're technically in the anti-Comintern pact, but they're not, in the sense we don't have any treaties with Italy here. Imperial has non-aggression pacts with other nations, but notice Germany is not one of them. Our little puppets have said, sure, but we have not. We have no relations, other than what would be standard diplomatic relations with Japan. So we've not entered this war. So even if, and maybe even particularly if, Japan were to, do the Pearl Harbor attack, I don't know that the Americans would equate that as that they should get into a land war in Europe. If we're not sending submarines out here, if we're not sinking ships off the American harbors. Now, this thing happened in 1942, which of course was after the U.S. enters World War II. And I'm saying it that way because, yes, we entered it. Both Japan and Germany declared war on the U.S. before the U.S. declared war on them, but we did enter it. So, had these conditions exist, and had FDR declared war on Germany, who's at peace with Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, Italy, Yugoslavia, Greece, Spain, France, whether you want to call it Vichy France or France, but that, Portugal, Turkey, largely at peace, has two allied nations of Hungary and Romania, but that's it. Oh, peace with Bulgaria, they're not in anybody's war. Yeah, and we're occupying, but even by setting up this Reich Commissariat, we would be saying, oh, hey, we're just occupying it because, yeah, there's this war with Britain still, and Britain won't negotiate. We want to negotiate a settlement. And no, Poland is not on the table for this negotiated settlement. We'll negotiate withdrawing from the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. This down here is now part of the German Reich again, but we'll negotiate how and what stages we'll withdraw from these places, and we'll have peace. We're offering a reasonable peace. We've not invaded Switzerland. So we're largely at peace with Europe. We're at war with Britain, and we're at war with the Soviet Union, and that's it. Those are big wars, but that's it. And then for the U.S. to come in on this war, they would not have 100% war support. It'd be like 40%, I would think. Definitely not over 60%, but I think it would be more like 40%. So, and any sort of casualties of any significant amount in its war with Germany. Now, so, yeah, I think this is a bit broken of the game. Now, let me check out the chat, and then we will continue on. Okay, and then from IKB, the French CV would have needed almost a complete rebuild to be useful for anything other than ferrying aircraft. Yeah, and even ferrying aircraft, I wonder why they didn't do that, because they definitely ferried aircraft, land-based aircraft. Things that could not fly. We're not talking like just the B-25s that did a one-way off of, the aircraft carrier, what was it, Enterprise or whatever, to go bomb Japan and then fly onto China. But just, large aircraft, as well as land-based fighters that they would load on with a crane and they would take somewhere and load off with a crane. So just as pure shipping. They did that. Even with big fleet carriers at times, but definitely with escort carriers. So they didn't even do that with ferrying of aircraft carriers. And yes, Chinafils, his hard name to say, guide to N.M. Byrne. Yes, very good. You're saying that that's with regard to that. You're absolutely right. I'm sure I love his channel. I have not watched his episode on the French carrier. And also from IKB, have sent you a video about the pro-German Nazi groups in pre-war USA. Very good. And I'll use this to plug. We have a Discord channel. Maybe Arno could pop into both Twitch and YouTube, please. The link to our Discord server that I haven't read a bunch of stuff. Kronos, 38 new messages since this morning. These started by Kronos talking about some of his new cool 5080 video card. But a few hundred people actually in the Discord server. Just about 300. So, a fair amount of activity, not just all me blathering about things, but you might want to check that out. So if Arno could put a link there, I'd appreciate it. And so we do a lot on Discord, and some of that stuff gets posted so you can see it. Some of it's just, of course, privately sent to different people, but yes, thank you. And so there, I think this game is broken here. Arno says, reinforce your coast, make the Atlantic wall, enlarge your garrison units on the Atlantic coast. Yes, that, if we're going to be facing an American war, that's something we need to do. You're absolutely right, Arno. The racists were right-wing socialists versus communists who were left-wing socialists. Yeah, I've vacillated back and forth on whether National Socialism or fascism are right-wing or left-wing. But they're both socialists. See, that's the thing. Fascists are socialists. National Socialists are socialists. International Socialists are socialists. Communists are socialists. Those are all socialists. And like the current socialist leader in Spain, who Ceuta, I believe is how you pronounce it, or close to that. Maybe not quite right with the Spanish lisp and things. Ceuta happened just day or two ago. Now, he is an international socialist. He wants to get rid of the nation state. He wants to have a union of Soviet Socialists Republic, or a United Nations governing us, or a European Union as a non-nationalist state that would infinitely expand to eventually take up the globe. However, whatever those three organizations may be in reality, he wants one of them to become the global governance of the planet for the benefit, as he sees it, of the people of the planet. He does not govern in the best interest of the people of Spain. He governs in what he sees as the best interest of the people of the globe. So if there are 25 million oppressed Moroccans from the evil Moroccan king, if they can't overthrow their evil government, they all 25 million should flee to Spain, and we will take care of you because we care equally about you as we care about some Spanish grandmother, because all people are entirely equal and deserve the equal respect from every government everywhere. Basically commit suicide. But those are all socialists. Now, outside of some anarchists, not all anarchists, because some anarchists are really sort of quasi-socialists anyways, there is a recognition that we are to some degree a collective. But what it really comes down to is how collective are you, one, and how you view and how you view the organization of your society, and how much, when I say how collective are you, is how where's your balance point between the individual and the group. Socialists, and all socialists or virtually all socialists that are around at this time in 1941, or today, come out of Marxism. Because even as as I was saying, Mussolini was very much a socialist coming out of Marxism, may think Marx's revolution of the proletariat is a bad way to go about it and wants to go about it through the socialist method. But as they would see it, it's ultimately the same goal. It's just how you get there. And a bit on how extreme you are. Communists believe that they have a right, that if we need more workers in Leningrad, we can just tell a bunch of Moscow workers, pack your bags, get on the train, and go to Leningrad because it's in the good of the name of the people. Go, go, go. You don't have individual liberty under Marxist-Leninism, if you will. We're under socialism, as generally expressed by most socialist parties, though if you look at modern, not 5 or 10 years ago, but if you're looking at current DSA party platform or their official party statements, they've reworked the, each according to his needs, to ability or whatever. As you people know, I'm lousy at quoting things, but the Karl Marx quote basically says the same thing using different words that are more modernistic, more for simpletons to understand. Basically, you should only do what you want to do or what you can do, and everyone should get the same outcome. So they're saying communism. But a lot of socialism, and it's different. Oh, and there is a big difference between social democrats and democratic socialists. Social democrats are capitalists, like Sweden. They are capitalists that want to use, through the government, the profits or some of the profits from capitalism for social welfare programs. So it is redistributing an element of private property, because private property equals money as well as land or your car or your clothes. They want to take some of your private property in a capitalist world, in a capitalist system, take some of it and redistribute it to the needy through force, through government, as opposed through charities to the needy. Okay, where democratic socialism just wants socialism, but through democracy, not revolution. So they're different. They are different. And it is maybe to just a degree, but it's not entirely, in that they do respect, social democrats do respect private property rights, but that's balanced, as they see it, against the particular needs of the community. But even in most capitalist countries, we tax you. You get taxed. So we are redistributing it. even then. Even if you don't have a social welfare program, we're taxing you for the collective defense. We're taxing you for roads. We're taxing you for, an agricultural department. We're taxing you for reasons, to run a government. So understand that. So you can lump all of these, whether they're right-wing or left-wing, into socialism. Now, again, a left-wing socialist believes that socialism is just the inevitable progress of history. And I recently watched an interview with a Soviet expert who actually lived in the Soviet Union for about a year before it fell. Was not there during the fall, but lived in the Soviet Union. And she was talking about and why Gorbachev fell. Gorbachev started to open up the Soviet system because he was realizing it wasn't working. But he was not afraid of the Soviet system falling because he believed, it is core belief, that you can't go back from socialism. The people would never go back from it. It's just how to implement it once we're here. Now, of course, he found out the East Germans, the Poles, the Czechs, the Romanians, the Hungarians, the Bulgarians, the Yugoslavs, the Latvians, the Estonians, the Lithuanians, the Russians. As soon as they can get rid of socialism, they ain't going back. So he was proven wrong. They all decided very, very quickly, as fast as possible, to say, fuck you. And only those people that directly, outside of the sort of intellectual class or whatever of the socialists, and that's just a very few people, a small, less than 1% of the people of the Eastern Bloc. Outside of those people, the only people in the former Warsaw Pact, not just the Soviet Union, but in the Warsaw Pact, that are very left-wing. I'm not talking moderate social democrat type socialism, but that want to go for full core socialism. And we are including communism as part of that. The only people that are for that are the direct people that benefit from that system. So whether it's the families of the bureaucrats of the Communist Party of whatever country, or the particular primarily urban poor of that country, are still supporting communism, socialism, whatever. All the rest of the people that can actively work in factories, the people that own a small bakery or own a farm, none of those people really want socialism back. So it is just the minority of people that actually benefited from the Soviet system. Everybody else, after experiencing socialism, does not want to go back. They're jumping into the thing. So right wing, left wing doesn't really cut this description. It's socialist or non-socialist. Are you a socialist or are you not a socialist? The not socialists, what is it? Oh, I'm going to Google here. Gamer is Googling during a stream. Let's see how this goes. Yes. I want to get it. Okay. The Deutsches National Volkspartei So the German National People's Party is not a socialist party. Okay? And it is the classical right wing of Germany. And I'm not going to read the whole Wikipedia page here, but they believe, I'm paraphrasing and not getting it 100% right. They believe the state has the right to take from you what it really needs, right? So if it needs something, like telling you, you're not going to make shoes anymore, you're going to make boots for the army. So it's taking your like during World War I, and your clothing company, your cloth manufacturing, you're going to make field gray cloth, and your clothes making company, you're going to make German uniforms. You don't have a choice. We will pay you enough so that you can pay your workers and you can pay for the cloth and you can pay for the dye. But you're only going to get paid enough because this is a national emergency. So you're going to do it, right? But they don't ideologically believe that, oh, hey, Fritz has more money than Fritz over there. So we're going to take from Fritz 1 and give it to Fritz 2 just because Fritz has less money than you do. So yes, they believe in a collective situation and that we're all in this together. But if Fritz 1 has 1 billion Deutschmarks and Fritz 2 has 1,000 Deutschmarks, who cares? Does Fritz 2 have a job? Is he gainfully employed? Can he, afford an apartment, a house, or whatever? He doesn't need a car or a Mercedes. He doesn't need that. He can take the bus, the train. He can have a decent life. We're not going to take any money from Fritz 1 to give it to Fritz 2 just because. Now, if Fritz 2 is actually starving to death, well, we might take some money from Fritz 1 and give it to Fritz 2, but only because we absolutely need to do so. So ideologically, the German National People's Party is not socialist. Yeah, they're collective in that we're all Germans here together, and when you have a world war or when you have a natural disaster or just maintaining the state apparatus, which does have the first social security or social retirement program was set up by, I know if Dino Felis here, he would be already typing it in, but by Bismarck, a rather conservative German political leader. So, yeah, and now that program was a program in which the workers themselves were basically forced to give a percentage of their income into a fund to pay for retired workers, So it was a plan. So it's something of a redistribution scheme, but you're intended to more or less get out of it what you put into it, kind of thing. So it's just more of a government-enforced savings plan than a welfare redistribution plan, if you will. So that is the ideological difference. So if you are a socialist, a right-wing socialist, a left-wing socialist, your view is that the world is socialist. These guys, for the most part, well, half of these guys here are socialists. And even though they're elitist, even though some of them are von something or other, they are socialists. More so in the Luftwaffe and whatnot. but they are socialists. And in America, we are not socialists. Okay, yes. 1/3, it's estimated, of the current Democratic Party in America are supporters of the Democratic Socialists. This means that the Democrats are going to start losing the elections, and the Democratic Party, as a party that wins, is going away. Whether they do well in the coming midterms later this year, we'll see. But as these people get elected and show themselves, because recently, within the last few months, well, within the last year, but yeah, in our U.S. Congress, the Democrats, 2 Democrat congressmen, set up just a basic thing saying that we are a capitalist nation and whatever, just very simple thing, saying that we're capitalists, not socialists, we're, whatever. And then invited other Democrat congressmen and women to sign on to this statement. They got 8 out of 200 and something. The rest were all too afraid to say that they weren't socialist. That is going to kill the Democratic Party. So long as that is in the Democratic Party, the American people will not. And there are diehard Democrats that are saying if this is going to be the case, they ain't voting for the Democrats. Whether that means they vote for the Republicans or just not vote in the election, that's a different thing. But it's going to kill the Democrat Party. Because the Democrats are not traditionally socialists. They are maybe social Democrats, maybe, but not democratic socialists. Okay, so fascists. North Sea coast, don't know exactly what Arno was referring to there. A lot of zealots, be they left, right, or anything else, struggle to comprehend how those outside their group think. Yes, that is very true. But it is generally true those on the right try to understand those on the left more than the left tries to understand the right. The left just caricaturizes the opposition and vilifies the opposition. And that's all that they seem to do. Well, we might as well occupy the open province. Get in there just to make the line shorter. So, yes. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Arno, for the Discord link. Yes, okay. Our new IKB did get Bismarck. Very good. I just scrolled down and saw that. Yes. So, yes. I think two authors have done so much damage to society. 2 authors. One is definitely, I think, has done the most damage to at least Western society, but I think society in the world, and he is Karl Marx. Karl Marx, in an analytic sense, not because he was a historian. So I'm not saying his history facts are always wrong, but any of his analysis of history, I think he got everything wrong. His whole theories of history, his sort of, what is it? Those of you who know me know I'm terrible at trying to quote things, and I want to get some of this. See if I can get this correct. Okay, here we go. Let's see if do we have a good. I wish I could share. It's this sort of triangular ladder of I'm looking for a good summary of it here, that there's being if thought somewhere there was well everything I guess it technological materialism is what they sort of look like, is that there is sort of a everything is reacting, everything is materialistic. One thing causes another thing that is all progressing. And so that the main reason for wars are economic. Economics is the main driver of human activities and human desires, and he sees history as that. Always follow the money is not necessarily his term, but would be a Marxist view. Most history professors believe this nowadays. Most people believe in this progression. It comes out of Whig history, which is English history, or historical type, from the Whigs. That they believe that mankind is on a progression towards embetterment. And they try to structure looking at history. Oh, they see the collapse of the Roman Empire as a setback. But they believe that mankind is on a, I don't know whether you want to call it slow, steady progression, but on a progression towards better. That the future is a inevitable progress towards better. I think that is bullshit. I have only detected one thing that we could say is progress towards better. And it is the general, in the West and in a lot of places in the world, in the general rejection of the general ownership by private individuals of other people. They still believe that, oh, hey, yes, China wants to enslave millions of people. They can just do it. That's fine because that's the government. But and there is a difference between a draft in a time of a national emergency and the general, hey, we could just use some people in these factories, so we're going to tell them to go there and live in this dormitory and work in that factory. We don't have to necessarily set up a fence around that because everybody needs an ID card. And if you're in the wrong city in China, this is still the way it is today. If you're in the wrong city in China and you're reported as missing, and you show your identity card in the wrong city, they'll send you back to where you belong. So they're in, all of China, in my opinion, is to some degree or another enslaved. Some are actually in, like the Uyghurs or whoever, are in compounds, but they're enslaving the population. But the general private ownership by an individual of another human being is generally been discredited. Someday, I don't know, we're going to hear robots' rights. You don't have the right to own that robot. You've got to convince the robot, the droid, that it wants to work for you. And if it'd rather just sit in the corner, you should just let it. Obviously humans are not robots, and very much not. But you think the joke of today, that very may well be the reality of tomorrow. Droids' rights. Right to free time. Okay. The right to choose their owners. Just wait, people. I don't know if that's going to be the majority opinion someday, but somebody's going to propose it. So Karl Marx has done so much damage to society, beyond just communism, but just done so much damage. The other more recent author is Francis Fukuyama in his book End of History, and he's even regretting, he's made some statements that he wrote it, because it has been so damaging that to Western society that we are not in the end of history. The inevitable progression, as he saw it, was not necessarily to, and I don't know well in detail his personal politics, but wasn't necessarily to communism, but just to sort of, and in his writing, more into Western pluralism. And if we go, to the left, communism, we'll do so by the vote. And if it doesn't work out, we'll just vote that out and vote to capitalism. And we'll just, there won't be any revolutions. It'll all just be people voting the world over. If, Timbuktu somewhere wants to form a country, well, they'll form a country and they'll live there. And those people, and then they'll decide, no, the North Zumba people want to, switch over to the South Zimba people and unite with them, and they'll just all do so voting. Then history will be over, and it will just be organized people that will democratically and rationally organize themselves up, and nobody would even think of invading Ukraine. What would that would just be crazy talk. Those would be the mentally ill. And and if some leader, wannabe dictator were to, tell his army to go invade some other country that wasn't some, crazy Rwanda genocide country, that was just clearly, reason to go invade. No army, so I'm not going to go die to enslave Ukraine. No, the Russian soldier would just naturally say, if my motherland was attacked by some crazy people, because only crazy people would start wars in this end of history world, and I'll defend that. And yes, there's, a natural disaster and people are rioting for food or water. Well, the army will be a stabilizing factor because we're doing it for the good of the people, because, there's not enough water for people to drink, but we also don't want them bashing each other over the head to get the last drop of water out of the bucket. So we got to have some sense of discipline. So, there's reasons for a military in this end of history world, but just sort of kind of a military, sort of armed gendarmerie that, we have some tanks or armored cars because, the crowds that they may need to suppress. You really don't want to put a big main cannon on it. You just want to put water cannons or chemical weapons or whatever. And you need to, have these kind of, kinetic action forces beyond a law enforcement that's trying to, run down a purse snatcher or investigate a murder. Those are the, professional sort of daily police. You want to have this sort of reaction force in your society. But beyond that, you don't need any of this. And yes, of course, there's the crazy people living in the jungle. So you need some guys with aircraft and tanks with guns on them to go and deal with those once in a while. But history was just over. And of course, we're seeing, I think maybe the Russian army has invaded Ukraine. And they may be fighting hard and a lot of people are dying. I could be wrong. Maybe Francis Fukuyama is right and it's not really happening. And that's just media propaganda that I'm hearing that there's a war in Ukraine, because that couldn't happen. So I think those that believe in social progress, those that advocate for social progress, are bad for society. We can just say it that way. They're not all evil or something like that, but they're bad for society because that is not reality. And so all of these people that push for social progress, the progressives, that's what they call themselves, the progressives, are just wrong. And they're doing massive damage to society. Let me catch up on folk, and then I want to ask people a question here, and we'll play while you guys type. The left can afford to dismiss other sides, but the right has to take its opponent seriously because the left has been dominant for the past 80 years. I don't know that I agree with that. I just think the right, if you will, is actually interested in education, is actually interested in information. They are actually concerned about things and not just presuming that they have the truth. I think for a lot of them, not all, I'm sure we can always find, but I think a lot of them may have a certain core belief that is just a belief. A lot of the right in America believe in the right to the unborn to life. You know, that you can't kill babies before they're born or after they're born. And they just believe that. And so no amount of evidence will get them off that belief, right? You can't give them enough evidence for them to change their belief. And that's just a belief. Okay, whether they're wrong or right, I'm not arguing that point. I'm just simply saying they have a belief. They're not going to change it. And I think that is the way much of the left is. You could present them. As you know, I was one of the few open right-wingers in my political science department. And I even had a few professors, and one particularly, I don't remember names well. But and this was in the first class that I had with him, and it was a class of less than 15 people that was a more discussion class than a lectures. I mean, he gave lectures, but it was as much discussion and independent study, directed study, but study as it was, a lecture course. And about, a quarter of the way into the class, he said, Gamer really is not one of these, I forget his exact words, but I wish I'm terrible at quoting things and people. But, he's not like, and they didn't use the word grifter, but he's not one of these haters. And I think he did use that, or ignorant. He's actually, and this was to a class of mostly left-wing people here, mostly he's an intellectual who understands these things and coming at it from an honest perspective and viewpoint. So he very much accepted that I disagreed with him on basic principles, but I was doing so from an informed and thoughtful way. And in that class, you had people that were interested in the topic. So at different times, and it was the last class, at least for me, and it was sort of in the afternoon for a lot of the people, last class of the day. So at times, some of us would sit around in the classroom for an hour or two talking politics and world events and things like that. And I remember one day, there was like 3 or 4 of us sitting around talking. And one girl and I was explaining this stuff. And she said to me, you're right. Everything you say is right. But you're just wrong. You just have to be wrong because this is just... And her parents were, and she was very much of a hippie in the very classical hippie sense. Not so much of a communist, but just more sort of like a hippie in her dress, in her mannerisms, and her thoughts. And all the points that I had been giving for that hour or so, she had to agree with every single one of my points. And that I was correct about how the right wing was right about everything. But you just can't be. You just have to be wrong. It's as if I had talked to one of the followers of Jesus Christ, one of his 12 apostles, and I talked to him and I showed him all of the evidence why God does not exist. I'm not saying I think God doesn't exist or I believe it, but let's just say I had the actual proof that God does not exist. And he goes, God damn, you're absolutely right. You're 100%. This evidence proves God does not exist. But I've met God. He was Jesus Christ. And so this evidence, which is all true, I'll agree with you that all of this evidence is true, but it must be wrong somehow that God must actually exist. Because I just proved to her basic... And she was, and this was in an upper division, like I say, just a very few upper division political science course. This wasn't a basic lecture on Latin American politics. This was an upper division course on international relations and things and whatnot. I forget exactly the title of the course. That I just proved her whole worldview was entirely wrong, and her brain just couldn't handle it. And she agreed with me that I had and I didn't tell her, don't you think I'm right? She was just like, after a while, Gamer, I'm not giving my name yet. I will maybe in the future. But you're right. But you just have to be wrong. Because everything that she was taught by her parents, by the system, by the books and documentaries and whatever that she grew up with and studied, has just been proven wrong. And so I think with the left, it's not about whether they've been dominant for the last 80 years. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I just think it's a belief system that nowadays, so many of them have been indoctrinated from birth. So by their parents, by schools, by society, by everything, that they've just been indoctrinated to believe. And so they can't believe something different. They can't, by the very nature. Where it's the conservatives, maybe had conservative parents, or the right, or whatever you want to call it. Maybe have conservative parents. But those are the people that are willing to question conventional wisdom. It's like all of the people who said, it came from the wet market in Wuhan. It definitely, for sure, did not come from the biolab next door to the wet market in Wuhan. And that it is not because of gain-of-function research. Every single institution from YouTube to the news to everything out there, the schools, the government, all tell me that it is coming from a bat in a wet market and not the biolab next door to the wet market. And so it is all true. And if you question, if you believe in science, and science teaches us to always question science unless It is climate science or the origins of it. Notice what I'm avoiding saying. Please avoid that too. Unless it's one of those two things are unquestionable in science. Climate science is settled. No other science, gravity, time, material, what really is made up of these hard things that I touch, are they solid or are they hollow? The theories of atoms and molecules and neutrinos and all of that stuff, and all of that is all questionable. It's all questionable, except, of course, climate science. It is settled, and the origins of it, whether it was from a wet market in Wuhan or the Wuhan laboratory of virology next door to that, it absolutely cannot be from the virus laboratory. It has to be from the wet market, or you are racists. And so people who are willing to question, they're not always right. I'm not saying that they're always right or always correct. Because maybe you're thinking always right wing. But it's those people willing to, in this modern day, this modern world, where I think if you were to look at the late 19th century, early 20th century, many on the left, because they were the sort of very minority opinion, they were actually some of the intellectuals. And they were questioning convention. Because convention, and I've talked ad nauseum about World War I and how it destroys society, not just kills people, but destroys societies, that they realized that convention was not addressing the modern needs. You still had, in essence, an agrarian, I don't want to say medieval, but you had a traditional agrarian society that was dealing with industrialization, including industrialized war. So it was no longer you and 10 or 20,000 of your friends getting together on a field somewhere and trying to kill 10 or 20,000 of your enemies, and one day to determine the fate of the nation and go, hey, yeah, we may have 10 or 20% of you die. And that's it. So, hey, 80, 90% of you at the Battle of Waterloo, you're going to live. You're going to be fine. It's just 10 or 20% may die. So, for the fate of Europe, yeah, you're willing to roll that dice. Because the idea of your nation or your viewpoint or whatever it is, you want it to survive. So it's worth risking your life over. So, yeah, 10, 20% get to die. Fine. No problem. I mean, we're sorry that they died on your side. Kill the evil bastards. But we're not even killing all the evil bastards. We're just killing enough to prove that we're in control. To industrialize killing of World War I and beyond, that the traditional society, the traditional system, was not addressing that well. And so they were intellectually questioning it. And so at some point, and it's at different points in different institutions in different countries in different places, their intellectualism becomes conventional wisdom. And those people that brought up in conventional wisdom that are unwilling to question it, unwilling to entertain a question to conventional wisdom. And I think, what is it? One of the magazines like USA Today or Time Magazine or something has a picture of Trump standing between the U.S. and Venezuela, pictured very much as Cecil Rhodes did over Africa, and saying Trump was right while he's holding a gasoline spigot and the oil about this one thing. And they're saying that Trump was right about Venezuela and the oil and whatnot. Not that they're on Trump's side, but they're at least are willing to admit that Trump isn't always wrong. Trump isn't always bad in everything he says. And it isn't always, if Trump says it's cold today, well, it must be hot because Trump always lies. No, sometimes Trump, even if you're intellectually honest, sometimes you even if you disagree with him on so many policies, whether if you disagree with him on 80, 90% of his policies. That still means he's right 10 or 20% of the time. But they just can't even seem to, they want to always adopt whatever the opposite of Trumpism, what Trump is, or says, or does, or whatever. Because, the big fancy ballroom that Trump is building, that all the left is criticizing, it isn't a ballroom, people. Oh, there's a ballroom on top. It's a military base under the White House they're building. No, it's not like literally under the White House. It's under the ballroom next to the White House. So there's going to be a big, beautiful ballroom that they're going to, because right now, America, when they hold these big events, they're in tents. They literally put them up in tents because we do not have anywhere in our capital to host a large gathering. So the biggest nation, well, okay, China may and India may have more people, but the most powerful nation on this planet does not have anywhere in Washington, D.C. a big enough hall to hold a large public or a large gathering of diplomats and other invited guests, not just to the general public. They have, and they normally they have theaters and whatever, but they don't have a big enough general hall to do big building, to open building to do these things. We just don't have it. And they were planning, well, maybe way back, but definitely I believe it like in the Eisenhower years or something, a building, not necessarily this type of building, but something like that. Let's say adjacent, whether it was going to be connected, physically to the White House like this one is, or just adjacent, in the very, across the road or something like that. Planning on trying to build something like that, but just didn't happen. So this has been in the plans for a long time. But because of 9/11 and other attacks, they're building a compound to be survivable against a significant attack, because they've also realized the plan during the Cold War was Washington was going to be nuked. Nothing we could do at that time, because we didn't have defense capabilities, we could do to stop that. So the idea was to try to evacuate as much of the government and the president, either to secret underground facilities somewhere, up in the mountains, or put like the president up into Air Force One and fly him around until they could determine a good place to land him that hadn't been nuked. But now that they're looking at it, could be a relatively small bomb, a Hiroshima type bomb, not a thermobaric nuclear bomb, but just, a Hiroshima bomb that could be, a terrorist could set off. And if you have some sort of warning, even just a few moments warning, you could get down into the basement. Because if you had a properly built basement facility, that would have survived the Hiroshima, because... Yes, the Hiroshima, because that sort of city hall building that was at the center of it, that they've left as a ruin, stood. The blast, it's still standing. It was all the rest of the wooden, because it was sort of a concrete and rebar iron type building thing that was built there. But the rest just blew away because it was soft materials. So a low yield nuclear bomb or other type chemical or biological attack or something on Washington, D.C., they could secure down into the military. Basically, it's a small military base they're building down there that then could, through various means, keep contact with the rest of the American military. If there's just like a direct, not like a World War III, but just Iran or somebody gets something in and blows something up, chemical dust cloud or whatever, and rush a bunch of people down into that. And not just a momentary survive the blast base and then we got to get out of here, but a functioning base. That's the real and the big expense of the ballroom is developing this military base. But the ballroom itself on top is not being paid for by the government. It's being paid for out of donations. Yeah, people wanting to suck up to Trump, certainly. But it's being paid for by donations and not from government treasury. Okay, so let me go. let me continue here, the chat. If Chinese residents does not have Hoku, household registration, where they live, they are generally not deported, but they do not have access to public benefits such as public schools. Okay, yes, and I'm sure you're correct in most cases, but definitely in the sort of central and approaching Beijing, you've got to, or they clear you out. They don't, that, and sort of the center of that is highly controlled. Who gets access, even just getting in for the day, let alone living of where you're living. That's my understanding, at least, for Beijing, is that's a highly sensitive zone. So I'm sure you're right about most places. And folk goes on, however, poor immigrants in some high-demand cities may be rounded up and deported. Yes. And so it's not a free society, for sure. Okay, 11 days since you passed since hello, not a normal person. Yes, you're very right. We have not got to 16. I think that it came from the lab by way of the wet market. I definitely know people, and some people are reasonably well informed. And I don't just mean watch some story on YouTube or someplace, but have done some research. Some people believe that I know, believe it was intentionally leaked. I personally don't believe it was intentionally leaked. I think it just got out. But I do think it did come from a lab. And I do believe it was, and we can debate whether gain-of-function research is a good idea and whether this lab was mostly doing it to try to figure out cures, because some of these things happen naturally, and because you can have labs somewhere out in the world that somebody could be building people with ill intent to release these things could be building these, gain of function for bad purposes, that we should just simply try to research things to be able to deal with it, antivirals and whatever. So whether it's good to do gain-of-function research or not is a debate. Whether we should function, or no, not function, whether we should fund these in China, or some people say that some of those things have been happening in Ukraine before the Ukraine war. I don't know if that's just a bunch of pro or anti-propaganda to one side or the other, or whatever, where we should fund and house these things and who should be handling it and doing it. That's another big question. I don't have the answer. I am convincible that we should do no gain-of-function research, and we should vehemently have intelligence agencies hunting the world to try to find any organization that is doing so and shutting it down. I am also convincible that we should be funding the correct institutions that we think are going to do the best possible or the best practical measures to keep it from getting out, both the virus itself as well as the information that we don't want out. Don't let hackers get into it on the internet, because it doesn't ever go on the internet. It's on computers that never go out, and no one gets to take a thumb drive into those computers unless it's very, very, very authorized and controlled to back it up on some other non-connected computers that are buried under mountains that no one can get in. How do we control both the information and the viruses, and what within all practical reason and maybe beyond, to keep safety in mind, knowing that something bad could still happen, but if something bad could still happen, may be worth the cost of it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm convincible either way. I don't have a hard belief standard that one or the other is the answer. But I definitely believe that maybe we shouldn't be funding it in China just because China's willing to do it. And there's no congressional oversight, and there's no oversight of any sort. And, those things, I just go, oh my fucking God, that's what you're doing. You're doing that. You're funding it in China. China, of all places. Couldn't we have at least put the biolab in Afghanistan and have the Taliban manage it? If we really wanted to do it right, couldn't we have had the Taliban do it? Or maybe Al-Qaeda, fund Al-Qaeda to do the biolab for all of the bioengineering, and that they could, somehow try to determine genes that are Muslim versus non-Muslim, so it'll somehow only go after the non-Muslims. Couldn't we have done that instead of, putting it in, China? You almost have to work harder to find a more irresponsible place to put it. So, yeah. Can you zoom in a bit? Well, yes, I don't know. The big, beautiful ballroom is a great place for diplomatic. Oh, yes. America needs the ballroom. Gold is that, or Trump, and I just said, Trump is going to put more gold leaf on it than I like. And people are all upset that he's putting all this gold leaf that he slowly, incrementally did more on the sacred space of the Oval Office. Every single president, everyone remodels the Oval Office. They specifically talk to the incoming team, however much the president himself is involved in it, on redecorating the Oval Office. They always put down a new carpet that is literally a one-off carpet down there. The big different presidential seal versions. It's the same seal, but to sort of meet his taste and color balance, and will always repaint the inside of the walls, whether repainting it the same color or a different color, slightly variations. It's still normally a white Oval Office and whatever. And what paintings and art does he want? And none of that belongs to the president. It's all coming out of like the Smithsonian. So, obviously in America, I'm just going to use this name because I know it. Obviously, we don't own the Mona Lisa. But if you want to consider that if America owns a Mona Lisa thing, the American government owns one, something like that. Presidents go, I want that in my office. And they'll take it from a museum. If they, now, of course, if it's the Mona Lisa, whoever the president is, we get a lot of flack. But if it's something that's not terribly important, they'll take it and put it in the office for him. And when he leaves the presidency, they put it back in the museum, whether it's in deep storage or up on the wall. So all of these things that are in that Oval Office, and all of the gifts over a certain value, like over $50 or something, or over $100 or whatever, all of the gifts that are given to the president, whether it's a jet from Kuwait or somewhere, or whether it's a Rolex watch or a gold-plated something or other, none of that belongs to the person. They all belong to the United States of America. He will, at his leaving at time that he's leaving, he can purchase some of that stuff at what is considered a fair market value of the item, exclusive of that, oh, hey, it's something owned by a president. Because, that obviously we get, whether any president, oh, such and such president owned this whatever, this painting or this sculpture or whatever. But outside of, just what they sort of like, oh, Rolex watch, gold plated, that's worth, $10,000 or something. Okay, if the president wants to pay the $10,000 for that watch, he can buy it from the government to keep it, a certain amount of the stuff. And most presidents buy out a few items that they have sentimental attachments that some other world leader gave them, and they like the thing, and they put it on their desk, and they want to take it with them, and they want to own it. A bunch of this stuff that's sort of given to the president, a bunch of it ends up in the presidential library of that president, but it's still owned by the American people. It's not owned by the president. So this way, it's sort of, Trump is like, they just gave me this gold-plated bust of myself. Cool! But he doesn't own it. So it is, a pride and ego bribe, if you will. but it's not like a monetary bribe. They're trying as much as possible to keep monetary bribes from the president, and this is not just Trump. So all the gold leaf on Trump's White House, in the Oval Office, that's all going to get taken down by the next one because they're going to repaint it anyways. Now, if the next president wants half the gold leaf, they'll put on new gold leaf. But he's not wrecking anything that's sacred. And this ballroom, yeah, it'll probably have more gold on it than I would like. But the next president can do it how he wants to. The sort of big thing they can't do is the White House. They can't change the color of the house itself. Because that's sort of in the name. So they can't quite do that. Let's see. And IKB, my understanding that Hiroshima Genbaku Dome survived as well as it did due to the being so close to the center of the blast that most of its force went straight down through the walls to the ground. Yes, and you're absolutely right. A lot of it is that for Hiroshima. But but I also think it was a very well-built structure because it was sort of a public, city hall kind of structure, as opposed to build it like a lot of other Japanese buildings that are sort of built lightweight construction to deal with earthquakes and other things that would readily get blown down. But had you built a serious bomb-proof bunker in that part, somewhere in Hiroshima, not just directly under the blast, it would have survived. Now, of course, maybe there would have been no oxygen in that bunker because of the blast and taking all the oxygen out. Because that's how a lot of the people died in some of like Dresden and some of the other bombings, is that when the rescue crews go into those places afterwards, they find all the bodies are all just sort of almost because they're standing up, just sort of all still sort of standing or just lying down on each other, that they're not burnt at all. And they know that there's no like even smoke inhalation. It's just the firebombing sucked all of the oxygen out. And these people asphyxiated. Now some did burn, some of the things did get in and burn some of them, but some of them it was just simply the lack of oxygen that just killed them so fast, because that firebomb just sucked all of that oxygen out as the firestorm swept by. So it didn't matter, and they just didn't have any sort of real protection against that happening, being 100% shut off, so that they did not rely upon outside oxygen. And it in essence, to a point, it burned it up so much, or such that it sort of vacuum pulled it out. That's my understanding. So I'm not saying an atomic bomb, if you're near the center of a blast, you would have survived. And also, and I'm just thinking of that in some of the photos, you see a lot of the foundations and up a foot or two from the foundations of those buildings still standing. And a lot of those foundations are all that was sort of built stone or concrete, and it was wooden and other metal sort of siding and whatnot structures that were just blown away, and just the material sent large distances away from the blast center. So that's what I'm sort of saying is had you built a bunker that was sort of down at the ground and whatnot, you would survive the actual sort of blast effect. And so I'm presuming with a modern facility that they're building, they're going to hermetically seal it so that you don't have to wear a gas mask or other oxygen source inside once you seal it. So if there's a biochemical or other sort of attack, they're going to have oxygen and oxygen scrubbers to last for a number of days so they could seal themselves off, whoever it is them. And they're not just the president and his family, but the staff and whoever down in there to survive whatever, an emergency, can't evacuate kind of thing. Now, of course, something could happen so fast they can't even get into the bunker and get it closed. But once it's closed, I think, and it's sort of like NORAD that America has out, in Cheyenne Mountains, wherever that is, out in the Rockies. That's also that whole facility is designed to survive a nuclear, including like the biochemical and other sorts of attacks, including if they would, in theory, be a chemical attack, terrorist chemical attack or something. So I'm presuming that they are. So I think this bunker would be survivable from, if you put a nuclear bomb in a truck or a cargo container and you got it in or near Washington, D.C. and detonated it. And, if you can get down into the basement and even get down there before too much damage is happening, depending on just where the bomb is. Obviously, if you detonate a bomb right next to the White House, literally, and you're in the White House, you're probably not going to survive. But if you're a mile or two away and you're in that fairly well-built building and you can quickly get down into the basement and then get into the bunker, you have a decent chance of survival. And if you sort of kind of know that there may be a terrorist thing happening, you can evacuate down in there. So yes, that. Okay, let's give Not a Normal Person a few more days of play here to see how we're doing as winter is really hitting us now, starting to at least. Okay, so they've stopped their attack along this river. I wish they would name the rivers. I've heard a lot of the names, but I don't quite always remember. And doing YouTube videos, it would be nice to be able to say the name. Let's move you up to here. And actually, let's move you... Oh, well. Let's... Like they're evacuating that. Well, I'll do the German thing and occupy the other side of the river, too, but... Wow, they're really retreating from here. I'll hold along this river if they want to retreat. Okay, so here. Pause. Let's go, go, go. We're going to attack because we're not doing so well here, so we're going to counterattack. Looks like we're being pushed back here. The Hungarians are already retreating. Let's strike here. Here. Okay, so peace has broken out in Greece. So now we don't even have Italy at war with anybody. And the U.S. has declared war against us. I don't think the American people would like that. I don't even know that FDR would be pushing for war with Germany at this time. Oh man, look at this. They've all retreated. I know it's the swamp, but and it's not going to be always good for us. I'm going to send in the infantry first. They may be just going back to sensible lines, which is fine, because if this river here would be a defensive river for us, okay. But it looks like they're also pulling back from here. You know, let's send one of these divisions forward. I want to see if they're still defending there, if we should push. We are still successfully holding Stalingrad. Holding here somewhat successfully. You guys just turned to standard mode. Yep, so we'll reorder. Oh boy, look at that. They evacuated here. The Romanians and Hungarians are doing nothing. No, no treaties with Japan, one way or another. I did see that that's open, but we're seeing what they're doing with their redeployments here. You guys attack there. Well, they're continuing to withdraw. We're going to move up our motorized forces and one infantry division. What is the AI thinking? I'm not saying it's wrong. It may be a very good idea to withdraw. But you're giving me this river crossing? Now, just another educational thing. The Germans very much believed in using rivers as defensive lines. But when they could, they did it in a very different way than you might expect. And we're not talking so much about a stream, a little thing that, you know, is a foot or two deep. Unless it's really wide and, you know, muddy and your feet, you know, and you can't really cross easy. But a river. Now, it doesn't have to be like a big navigable river that you know, have river barges going up and down, like the Rhine or somebody, or the Danube or something like that. But just a reasonable sized river, one that you may be able to wade across, in that, you know, putting your rifle above your head and the water comes up to your chest and you can, you know, walk across it. We're just talking a river, not a little stream that's, you know, 6 inches deep or something, but a river. And it, like I say, it can be entirely non-navigable. They would use that, they would like to use that as a defensive line. But what they would do is their defensive line wouldn't be the river. It'd be the opposite bank if they could. They would want to defend along the opposite bank and put out, and even at this scale, let's say a screen of one division. All these provinces, put one division in each of these provinces. And have them dig in. And this would also be at the company level, the battalion level, at just the divisional level, at whatever level that the river was. They had put just a simple one division, in these game terms, on the far side. And then behind it, and this doesn't so much how this game works, but behind it they would put the other forces. Now maybe not all purely central, but they'd put the rest behind the river. And yes, dug in. And so this isn't, so they wouldn't, like I say, do so much a centralized force, but they would dig in behind the river with the rest of the forces. So in reality, it would probably be more like a division, send 1/3 of the division on the far side of the river and keep the other 2/3 behind the river. And then they would wait for the attack, because the Germans were smart enough to know that there wasn't just going to be an attack. They were going to attack along the river line. And they were going to wait and see what happens. Obviously, the troops that are being attacked are all going to defend themselves. But where they could detect the main thrust to be, wherever that was, that is where they would shift in more of the the other units. So if you have, so if the attack's going to come down here for real, but they're also attacking here and here. If these guys on this side of the river look like they can just sort of barely hold it or whatever, they might still leave a screen, a secondary screen behind the river, but they would start moving all of the other forces down here to block the main attack. And so this is sort of an active defense using a river. Instead of just simply having the obstacle there that the enemy can come up and prepare and do a river crossing. They got to prepare back here, fight their way to the river. And so by the time they're fighting their way across the river with the real attack, the Germans were well reinforced on that, behind that side of the river. So they would actually do use the river as a... okay, these guys we're going to send in. Here. Here. But on trains, technically. Here. Because we don't want to fight them in the swamp. We want to get on the far side and see what we can do there. That's just some of the German tactical thinking if you're at all interested. Okay, these guys are starting to move around a bit, so what we're going to do, since they're not all so dug in, you guys attack. Not maybe as disorganized as I would hope, but okay, more and more are retreating from the far side, and here they just gave me the airport, didn't they? Is that where the airport is? Is it up here? Wait, this, I don't know where this is. Hey Thomas! Do the Soviets have air superiority over you? Well, we can take a quick look at that. No, they do not. And we need to move our air up over here now, because we're no longer fighting other than little pockets here, and we can move forward. At best, we have 2 contested zones, and then we have 2 zones that we are superior in. So, and it's not known to be superior here. So let's see. Thank you for the reminder. These guys are doing supply, so let's move you to here and supply here. Okay. These guys, tactical bombers. Let's move up here and tactical bomb there. Let's move up here with you and tactical bomb there. Fighters. Oh, more supply. Okay. These guys. Oh, all of them? No, 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 no. I didn't want to do that. I want some of them because we don't have enough space for all of them. Air bases, air bases, air bases. That's getting further away. Oh, no, we don't own that. Okay, so let's put you up over there, you up over what we can of here. No, it's too far away for you. Okay. But you come here and you come over here. No. And you go after that. Right here. That's a lot of aircraft. That isn't big enough. That, let's go back to here. What does this look like? And what does this look like for supply? Not too good, but not too bad. So let's you up over there. You still over Belarus, but just closer. You come here and go over here. We'll wait and see before I move. I don't know how many I've filled up some of the different air bases, but let's click up here. Okay. These guys can come here. We're going to keep bombing this area, but I just want to move the center of operations forward. Because in doing so, they will be more effective. Okay, fighters. Also, let's put these up to different bases. What do we have way back here? Okay, these guys should be striking the Gulf of Finland, and they are. These guys, we move up to Leningrad and move them to there. Better coverage, at least. And what else did Thomas say? How does that work in the game? Are these animations mostly for fun? No, they actually do indicate what's going on. The sort of general graphics of these things flying around, that's just for fun. But when we look here, we can see that who has air superiority and who doesn't for certain battles. And you can, so like I say, just the things flying around, these graphical images are just for fun. But we can see here that the enemy has air superiority in this battle. Okay, that's the condition there. Now here, we have air support in this battle. We have, because it's the Soviets' enemy, so we have air superiority, but they also have air support in this battle. So these part of the graphics are for real, and we can see here in this battle there are 59 aircraft for the German side. 5 have been shot down. 13, I guess, lightly damaged. 6 more medium damage, but not shot down. Where the Soviets have 61 aircraft, no damage so far in this battle. So that is how the air is affecting this battle. And hello, Mr. Supreme. I'm doing pretty well in this war. Have you got any of the 3 main cities? Yes, we have Stalingrad pretty firmly in control. Let's move you back across the river here. We got 3 infantry divisions. Let's send the armor division, will be fastest, and 1 of the infantry divisions up to here. We're going to send 1 of these infantry divisions into Stalingrad and send the other, actually down here. We want to take the airport with you first. We're going to move into this empty spot with that division. These guys are cut off, but I sort of knew that at the time I was doing it. Just sort of, we'll see if this ends up being a sacrifice play or whether we can reconnect with them. But this was just really to try to get the AI to freak out. And it seems to have worked because they're going into there. We got 2 Panzer divisions here. One will send to Stavropol, and the other one will send down to Novosibirsk. Maybe we should be plummeting down, but not quite ready to do that. If I had a few more divisions ready down here. I've not played well. I don't think I've played well at all. This is sort of, as I know I've said before, a learning experience campaign. I usually struggle in the south and win in the north. Well, I'll tell you what I did. I'm not a normal person. I don't know if you were watching that episode or the stream. I started the war here. I left calling Romania out for a little while so that the Soviets started moving a lot of their forces against the Germans up here. And so by the time I called in Romania and Hungary, they were still facing an enemy opposition. We still had a fight across the river. But two things had happened. One, some of the forces had left. Two, a lot of the forces were moving, so they weren't dug in when they got attacked. So they did better. So Romania has done very good out of this. I have done a poor job at supporting these. These things are trash divisions. I haven't sent them anywhere. You can just see their template is militia with a little bit of artillery. Probably almost best to disband them and use the equipment for better divisions, but that's another sort of debate question, whatever. So we've got Stalingrad pretty firmly. And very firmly we've got Leningrad. They aren't taking it back. At least that's my opinion at the moment. Okay, well, push into here. Put these guys on trains and get them going. No. I know I should better organize up my army, but I'm just shifting because I see so open spots that I want, both on our side and on theirs. I want to fill some of the open spots. Here they're actively retreating or reshifting their forces so much. Ineffective a retreat. I don't know what the AI is doing. I'm letting them do it instead of trying to fight them over it. Yeah, this is the best telltale of what the air battle is going like right now. The red and the green, the circles and pentagons, I forget in detail exactly what they mean, but for those individual battles, they're getting some levels of air support. Okay. Plenty of space here. So there to operate there. And we can look out here. We are not contesting the channel, but we have the rest here. We're winning. Doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of air over here, because it looks like there are occupied air bases, but they're not flying into Germany much. So that isn't happening. No, IKB doesn't. I don't know how you got the impression that he works in Japan. I will out IKB. IKB is English, and he actually, because if you noticed his earlier comment, you can never have too many trains. He works in British Rail. I won't go beyond that if he wants to specify more. But and his name, the new IKB, stands for the new Isambard Kingdom Brunel. I believe I got that right. If you know who he was, not quite as, oh hell, there you go, I keep retreating. Not quite as big an industrialist as Elon Musk is, but to some degree the Elon Musk of his day. Pushing technology forward. Okay, so we've seized foreign industries. So we've got more building slots and factories, and good. And that was here. So we got that. Can't do this yet. We want to get down to these, which have a lot of improvements to things here. Good things: lower lack of resource penalty, factory output up by 5%, dockyard output up by 5%, civilian military factory conversion by 20%. Don't think we need to expand that so much at the moment. Not that more railway isn't good, but I don't think that is a critical element here, where something like air superiority bonus or something would be more useful. It would help out auto union. Yes, the Great Eastern. Yes, the ship. For some reason, on my run, Switzerland joined the Allies. How's your economy looking? Well, not sure exactly what you mean by that. If we're looking at our production, we are down on artillery, infantry equipment, trucks, support equipment, and medium tanks pretty badly. A little bit on tactical bombers. We're down on those, but our other economy, we're, yeah, they're sort of repairing various sabotage and other things. We can move this to the top just to get that up there and get that done really fast. That's one. These will just slowly repair over time. And so, yes, our production levels look like this. I'm going sort of quick. You can't really read it in detail, but you get an idea. As you can see, I've not upgraded this because I'm mostly looking for quantity over quality. Just trying to get as much as I can produced. What's the consumer good factories factor? Well, as raw numbers, 15, 15, 15. Okay, so 4 15s and 1 4 for production there. Forget where I'm supposed to look to see the percentage for various things. So we're doing okay. We could do some other things maybe to help it more. But I'm sort of satisfied. Maybe I'm not. And I will very much admit I'm sort of relearning the ins and outs of parts of iron. We are, okay, here we go. 169 factories, 79 are used to produce consumer goods, leaving us with 64. And then we have various ones doing, particularly oil that we're trying to get. But also a little bit of rubber and some tungsten and whatnot. That's, I guess, sort of hopefully answers your questions. Yeah. Let's see, what else? Consumer goods. Okay, folk. Go big or go home. SS Great Eastern, right? Yes. Q, and then look at national spirit. Okay. Q. National spirit. So, economy of conquest. Here you go. A lot of still of that. I hope you can read it, because I'm not going to read the whole thing out here. Very good. So yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good with the economy. Like I've said to people, this is not a simplistic game. There is a learning curve, and like I'm relearning. I was in the beta, doing testing there, but this game has changed enough. I'm sure I'm missing some of the nuances, for good and bad, to do things better. We do have these 3 guys in here. I don't know if I should, now that Tote has not died yet. We have him doing these 2. Didn't get to do this one, but Spear went down and did this. So we have that. And then we have Hess running this. I don't know if... I think we're doing well enough that, popular party support isn't something that we are overly worried about. We can see, war support 79, stability 68. So probably that could help. If some of that there, I presume, I haven't looked in too much detail, I definitely war support and whatnot, but also stability I see change. Himmler, if we want to do the SS security state, yeah, I don't know. And Goering to focus more on the air and 4-year plan might be a better solution than, obviously you can only have one of these 3, so I don't know that you could have had this if you were going to go down here, but integrate puppet economies. So there's some nuances here that I'm not necessarily getting. There's a cool bug run I want to try out where you capitulate domestic or become domestic or democratic, but keep the focus tree, meaning you can easily get war goals on neighbors and establish the EU. Oh, how interesting. Okay. And IKB, you can use the decisions to reduce the negative effects of the economy. Yes, of conquest. And I have done some of those. Here, I could do some of these, form some of the Reich protectorates. I can maybe take some of the gold. Use the gold reserves of Leningrad. It'll increase resistance and whatnot. So yeah, there is more that I could do. And that very well, if I was playing that better, help out the production better. Not have the, keep clicking the wrong one. There we go. These negatives and so bad of a negative. Okay, guys, I know we haven't even gotten to a total of 16 days today, but I don't know if there's a point to keep going with this playthrough. My test, again, this game wasn't to see if I could beat the game. It was to learn the new mechanics and to see what happens when I kept Italy and Japan from being my allies. I did not know whether Italy would do something like invade Greece, which I am disappointed that they did. Japan, even if they're not my allies, because they actually start before they become my allies, are invading China, and whether not totally succeeding in China, or even if you did totally succeed in China, would they automatically declare war on, Britain, the exiled Dutch, and the Americans? And America, even though we have not attacked America, I do not think anything that we have done would have signaled, particularly going after American shipping, because I think to a point right now in this war, I mean, this game doesn't quite do too much nuances, but we could easily say that Germany here says to America, any ships going to Britain, if they're out in here, we can sink them. Any ships going to Britain. Whatever their flag is, no ships to Britain. Oh, you want to send a ship to Ireland? Oh, you want to send a ship to Spain? You want to send a ship to Norway? Tell us about it. Tell us the schedule, give us the ship name, any sort of class, have them, write going to Sweden on it or going to Norway. Put a big American flags, and don't be part of a convoy. And if we notice not just one or two ships that, halfway to Norway up here decide to make a dash for United Kingdom, but if we start seeing a bunch of ships that you said are going to Norway, and we may have a few, cargo inspectors somewhere to make sure that the ships that are going to Ireland are not bringing in loads and loads of tanks or loads and loads of fighter aircraft that are obviously then just being shipped up to, Northern Ireland and then, put into the British system. If they're bringing in food and luxury goods and clothing and, Ireland ordered, 5 tanks or 10 tanks or something like, okay, yeah, Ireland can have its 10 American-made tanks or some shit. They don't have much money for more than that, trust me. And do sort of inspections to make sure that, there isn't, this isn't some loophole that's allowing them to bring large amounts of supplies to Germany. And of course, if they're bringing in some food, some of it would leak across the border. Yeah, of course. But, I would say in this sort of environment that we haven't gone to war with Norway or Denmark, and we pieced out with Vichy, and Italy's not at war. And so if you're like wanting to sell a bunch of shit to Italy or buy a bunch of shit from Italy, yeah, run your ships through the Mediterranean, just let the Germans know that where and when, and if you convoy up, whether armed convoy or unarmed convoy, that's good so long as all the ships are not, British or other Free French or, Free Dutch or whatever you want to call them. So long as it's not that, we'll leave you alone. And I don't think the American people would want to go to war over a few American ships that are obviously violating those conditions. They wouldn't be pleased with it. But I don't think they would want to go to war. Now, that doesn't mean America wouldn't go to war, but that would mean it isn't going to be 100% war support. Is this win from the Soviets and see about the Britons? I don't think so, Arno. What I want to do starting next week is play a game, play as Germany again, but this time ally with Italy. And as soon as France is done, well, I don't know if I would accept. This is what I'm considering. And I would love to hear your input. And it'll take a while, obviously, to get there because we're going to start in 36 again. But I'll take your input, whether we should do Vichy France or whether we should take all of this and occupy and put German divisions down here. But what I want to do is, I don't know if I can get Spain in the war, but I want to clear out the Mediterranean. I want to try to get Gibraltar, definitely get Malta, definitely get, Alexandria, Cairo, Suez, and clean up down here before declaring war on the Soviet Union. That's what I want to do. No, not that it's too easy, ZZ. This playthrough was, again, like I say, trying to learn the new mechanics. I've gotten better at it. And I wanted to see if America what was going to happen to America. How scripted, if I totally left America alone, how scripted was it going to be joining in my war in Europe? Because I'm not world conquesting. I'm fighting the Bolsheviks. As Germany, I'm pumping out huge amounts of propaganda to everybody in the world that I'm fighting the Bolsheviks. Oh, I want a little Lebensraum, yeah, but I'm fighting the Bolsheviks. I've not touched Yugoslavia. I've not touched Denmark. Not touched Norway. Yeah, Belgium and the Netherlands, yeah, they're sort of in the way, and we overran them. But it was France and Britain that declared war when we got in our conflict over this, over the Danzig corridor. They're the ones that declared war on me here. Yes, I declared war on the Soviet Union, but they're the evil Bolsheviks that were getting rid of them. And so with that, it doesn't look like Germany is doing world conquest. It looks like it sort of fought what it needed to here, but is moving east. And I don't know that the American government, FDR or others, or the American people are overly concerned about a powerful Germany. Now, they're concerned about a Nazi empire controlling the world. They're not necessarily concerned about, because we're going to leave France once, the war's over, having a German Reich that looks sort of like this, to somewhere out here. Yeah, I know Poland's gone. But that, and then have a non-Bolshevik Soviet Union. And I think the game failed. So this next time we're going to be a little more historic in our alliances, but be non-historic in securing the Mediterranean. It's a lot more naval action for you, Arno. A lot more. And we'll try to do this. And with this one, my goal would be two things. One, well, maybe three. First, secure the Mediterranean. And then two, with the Mediterranean secure, can we effectively do our invasion both from the east front? Talking too much, need to get something to drink, but we're about over here. And a southern front push up through Iran at the start of the invasion of the Soviet Union. So to hit them from both sides, and how well we would do with that. And then, because this may be a longer playthrough. Oh, and we'll also play, because I'm rolled back from the latest DLC. I don't have that installed. So this started before the most recent free and paid DLC that came out. I'm not sure if I bought the newer DLC, or maybe I'm just waiting for a sale or buy it or whatever. But so this is a slightly older version of the game. So that's part of the reason to play a new game. But then to see if we can knock the Soviet Union out, and then defend against, build the Atlantic Wall, etc., and build down here, or have divisions down here, have divisions down here, to see if we can fight off, leave Britain alive, but see if we can fight off the Americans. Take the Soviets out and fight off the Americans. Because right now I'm going to presume, if the game isn't broken, which I'm already saying the diplomatic / national focus trees, whatever here, is sort of broken, that they're at war with us. Because either Japan shouldn't have attacked America or Britain, but I don't know that. See, I got to remember, people, America is not terribly fond of the idea of colonial empires. The American people even more so. The American people don't want to die for British control of Malaya and Singapore or Hong Kong. They don't want to die for that. They don't even really want to die for the Philippines. Oh, they're fine that there's some expeditionary forces that are, keeping civil order from any guerrillas. But they don't want to send in divisions after divisions after divisions to hold the Philippines. They're not interested in that. Sink the fleet at Pearl Harbor? Oh, fuck you. We're going to nuke your fucking asses, and we don't even know what nukes are yet. We're coming after you, you motherfuckers. So yeah, you attack us that way, we're coming the fuck after you, and we're coming with rage in our hearts, and we're going to come in as brutally as possible, and we will firebomb and nuke your cities to ashes. Yes. So I would hypothesize, I would submit that, like the French like the Japanese taking, French Indochina, that if they sort of took Malay and maybe Dutch East Indies, not that they would be happy with that because they're not pro-colonialism, but they don't want to die for somebody else's colonialism. Back in the late 1930s, early 1940s. So Japan, I really think, possibly could have made the calculation, and maybe it's particularly the Japanese Navy, is we bypass the Philippines if we think we must get rubber and fuel from the British and the Dutch down here. And they're still having problems with steel, but I think the most immediate problem was oil, or what was to see the near term, because they're not meeting their needs, but they are pulling steel and other necessary materials out of Manchukuo. You can see which provinces I click on here. They are pulling some out, and of course they're pulling more out of Korea as well. So I think, and also, if you're not trying to build up a big superior navy and you're focusing more on the army, that will obviously also focus the steel more on the army, so you don't need, that. So I think, I'm not sure, we'll see, but I think we'll start again to see how it goes next week with the newer version of the game. I'll get the DLC. I think there's enough feature. I don't need another a national focus tree or two or three and deeper flavor for the British Raj or whatever it is in that DLC. If there's actual features in the DLC, game features, I will get it. If it's just a flavor DLC, and I have all of the feature paid DLCs, a few of the flavor DLCs, but not all of the, Latin America Focus Tree DLC. No, didn't buy it. If it comes up for $1 or $2 someday, I'll buy it. But, I don't want to waste my money on that. So that's what I'm thinking. I'll probably won't join tomorrow. I have an extreme throat pain. Oh, I'm sorry, Arno. God, I'm sorry to hear that. I would recommend, I don't know what's causing your pain, but to try to make it less painful. I mean, it may do nothing for the actual cause of the pain, but I would recommend Ricola highly. I'm actually going to take one after talking because my throat is a bit sore at the moment from all this talking. So I'm really sorry you're having bad problems, and I will miss you if you don't come. If you feel good enough and want to, do, but if you don't. No pressure. I'll just hate you forever. No, my good friend. So yeah, you're obviously invited. So anybody else is invited. Tea with honey helps a lot. Coke helps. I don't know that just drinking something would help me right now, and I'm going to go get something to drink. Like I say, I'm wrapping it up here, so I'm just dealing with it until I get off. Drinking something I think helps. I don't know that Coke is the best. If you like tea and honey, I do think will help. And I think honey is something of a superfood, not just that it's super dense energy. I also think that there's other good healing properties in honey. I hear it can do well on a wound. It doesn't have to be a bad wound. It can just be, sort of a scrape or whatever. Help heal it up. So, do whatever you think to make your throat feel better. But I would recommend Ricola as being good. But I will save this here just in case we're coming back to it. And so thank you, Arno, for hanging out with me. Thank you, ZZ. Thank you, Not a Normal Person. Thank you, IKB. let's see, Folk, of course, thank you for all of your support over the time and very, very much for that super chat. That's very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Supreme. Thank you, Thomas. Let's see, I want to thank everybody here, here both on YouTube and on Twitch. Thank you, Dutovlich. Keep trying to hope I'm pronouncing that right. Who else? Kronos was here, at least I don't know if you still are here, and Timmy Jimmy Tyrone, thank you for being here, and Gloomfrost, I think you may have left or something, but I'm not sure. Thank you for hanging out. Jamnuska, if you're still around, thank you for being here. Just want to get everybody in more, not a normal person. Yeah, I think that's everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. It is fun. It lets me have therapy session, and we never did get to what's going on. And we'll save it till maybe tomorrow or next weekend, and to see some of the fallout, what's going on in Ceuta. I think it's a soft sea, Ceuta, down here in Spain. It is Spain. I know it's attached to the African continent. I believe there's 2 other little tiny islands that are also Spanish. And this has been Spain since the 1500s. This is, and predates the current monarchy in Morocco. And so we're not talking about, this is Morocco. No, it's always, as far back as modern states go, in the sort of post-Reconquista, it's been Spain or Portugal. These little, this is a peninsula. The other 2, I think, are sort of pseudo-islands, pseudo-peninsulas that they have. So it's Spanish territory. It would be like saying that Gibraltar isn't British. Spain gave it up in a treaty after a war. It lost the war and it gave it up. It's British, people. Yeah, I know it's on the Iberian Peninsula, but virtually all the people that live there are British. Well, there's a bunch of Spaniards that come work for the day and go home, but it's British, people. Yeah, I know it's attached to the peninsula, but it's inhabited by British people. It was a nearly uninhabited rock when the British started to inhabit it, meaning they didn't find a Spanish city like Cadiz, or however you want to pronounce it, or Seville or something like that, and took it over. No, it was just a peninsula rock thingy that they, got in a treaty. They also got, what was it? Mallorca or Menorca. I think it was more Menorca or whatever out here. But later gave that up. That was Spanish inhabited, where this was uninhabited, basically. There may have been a few fishing huts or something, people living there, but beyond that, there was nothing. So this is British territory. Of course it's British. It's populated by British. It just happens to be attached to Spain. That's all. Landmass-wise. Not that it's part of... there is no significant history that Jib al-Tir, is that how you say it in Arabic? Because it's an Arabic name that's corrupted. Jib al-Tir, or whatever. Gibraltar. Is it all Spanish? It has an Arabic name. It's populated by English people or British, because they're probably Scots and Welsh and whatnot, but populated by British people, built by British people. It's British. Get over it. Spain. And Spain needs to get over it emotionally. Just because it's on their peninsula. Next, they'll be claiming that they also own Portugal or they own France because, hey, it's attached to Spain. See, France is attached to Spain, so they get Spain, or they get all these mountains along here, or whatever the hell, So get over it. And so I would love to hear your opinion on it. Hello, Bronco. What you talking about? I'm talking about ending the stream here. We're just mentioning the Ceuta incident that's happened in the last couple of days. But maybe we'll talk more about it tomorrow and or next weekend to see. And I would love to hear the different European takes on it. So if you want to come back tomorrow and even join in on the Discord chat, verbal chat, even if you're not going to be playing, but if you have some opinions, some ideas, I'd love to hear them there tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. Have a good day or evening, depending on where you are. I will be seeing you. And just for everybody, let's see. I start generally 4.5 hours ago. So if you want to catch tomorrow, we'll be starting to depend on where you are, 4.5 hours ago come and join us tomorrow or next weekend if you want to catch more of the stream.